그리고 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Distinguished guests, welcome.
내빈 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 제1차 코스tat-ILO 노동통계 현대화 국제 심포지엄에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 최현 심입니다. 작년에 이어 올해도 이 뜻깊은 자리에 함께하게 되어 매우 기쁘고 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 오늘 행사는 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 미리 통역 수신기를 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번입니다. 이번 심포지엄은 통계청과 국제노동기구가 공동으로 주최하는 행사입니다. 네, 이번 주제는 노동통계조사의 미래, 혁신을 통한 과제 해결입니다. 통계청 그리고 국제노동기구를 대신해서 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 오늘 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 오늘 이 심포지엄은 2015년 통계청과 국제노동기구 간의 업무 협약을 기반으로 마련된 첫 번째 공동 국제 심포지엄입니다. 이후 10년간 노동력 조사와 공식 노동 통계가 여러 도전에 직면하고 있습니다. 이번 심포지엄은 국가 조사의 새로운 역할과 또
drawing on country experiences and insights shared by more than 30 speakers from 18 countries and 3 organizations. As for today's program, we will begin with the opening ceremony and proceed keynote panel discussion in the morning. In the afternoon, we will proceed with sessions 1 and 2 with a break in between. KOSTAT sponsors today's welcome luncheon and dinner for all participants and would like to extend an invitation to in-person registrants. And now, we will begin the opening ceremony of the KOSTAT-ILO First International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics. It's my great pleasure to invite our very first speaker, Mr. Hyung-Jun An, Commissioner of KOSTAT, to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests. I am Hyung-Jun An, Commissioner of Statistics Korea. Mr. Rafael Diaz de Medina, Director of the ILO Statistics Department, and distinguished labor statistics experts from 19 countries across Asia and the Pacific, Europe, and the Americas and Africa. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the first International Symposium on the Modernization of Labor Statistics. Labor statistics serve as a cornerstone for the formulation of economic and social policies in countries around the world. Yet, in recent years, statistical office services globally have been grappling with declining response rates and rising survey costs. They also face demands for new statistics and disaggregated data to keep pace with the rapidly evolving labor market marked by the growth of digital platform employment. In this context, KOSTAT and the ILO have organized a symposium to bring together the wisdom of the international community, building upon our long-standing partnership since 2015 to strengthen labor statistical capacity in the Asia-Pacific region. At the symposium, the Keynote panel will engage in in-depth discussions on the challenges and future directions of labor statistics surveys from the diverse perspectives of data producers, users, and international organizations. The following 6 thematic sessions will illustrate success stories of respective countries in enhancing survey participation and data quality, ensuring the integrated use of administrative data, and taking innovative approaches using AI. I hope this gathering will serve as a meaningful platform for experts from around the world to actively exchange knowledge and experience and to work together in identifying innovative solutions. On September 25th, we have arranged a cultural program to give you an opportunity to experience Korean culture firsthand. As Korean culture is receiving growing admiration worldwide, this occasion will allow you to enjoy cultural exchange as well as academic one. Director Medina and distinguished guests, in Korea, the heat of summer has passed and the autumn season has begun, a season of harvest, when long efforts bear fruit. I hope that this event will likewise become a fruitful occasion where the wisdom and experience of labor statistics experts from around the world come together to yield rich results. KOSTAT will continue to dedicate itself to fostering international cooperation in the field of labor statistics. Last but not least, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the ILO and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner An, for highlighting the significance of this symposium through this remark. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Rafael Diaz de Medina, Chief Statistician and Director of Statistics Department of the ILO, to share his welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner of Statistics Korea, Mr. Hwan Yu-an, esteemed colleagues, partners and friends. Let me begin by joining Commissioner Han in welcoming you on behalf of the International Labour Organization to the first International Symposium on the Modernization of labor statistics, where the main topic is the future of surveys for statistics on the world of work, addressing the challenges through innovation. I am honored to have you with us as we launch this joint initiative, an event designed to serve as a unique platform for open dialogue, collaboration, and exchange of innovative ideas on the future of labor statistics. Your presence here today reflects the shared commitment of our global statistical community to strengthening the foundations of data and information on the world of work, now and in the years to come. This is essential not only for decent work, but for achieving broader goals of sustainable and inclusive development. As the United Nations Specialized Agencies with a unique mandate to promote social justice and decent work, the ILO is also the custodian of international standards on labor statistics endorsed through the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, the ICLS. For over a century, we have worked together with member states, workers, and employers to build robust, comparable, and policy-relevant labor statistics systems based on internationally agreed standards and accumulated good practice. Yet today, we stand at a critical juncture. The world of work is changing rapidly and in fundamental ways. From the digitalization of our economies to the growth of platform employment, the rise of remote and hybrid jobs, and the increasing cross-border mobility of workers. These forces are reshaping not only how people work, but also how we, as a statistician, must define and measure. Surveys have long been the cornerstone of labor statistics. providing the critical evidence base for policy decisions, labor market monitoring, and the assessment of working conditions. But today, national household surveys, particularly labor force surveys, are under increasing strain, marked by rising implementation costs, declining response rate, lack of trust, the limitation in the precision and granularity they can offer, particularly in capturing more dynamic labor markets, emerging forms of employment, and vulnerable groups. At the same time, demands for our data system are intensifying as never before. Policymakers and the public alike require more timely, detailed, and disaggregated information to respond effectively to rapidly changing conditions in the work of work, changing skills demands, and more mobile workers. This is particularly challenging in many low and middle-income countries, where the divide in statistical capacity and data availability continues to grow, posing risks to both visibility and equity in global labor monitoring. This context calls for a renewed and forward-looking approach. First, we need to work collectively to modernize our surveys, not as standalone solutions, but as core components of an integrated official labor statistics systems. These systems will need to bring together multiple sources. Second, we need to seize the opportunities presented by recent advances in technologies and methods, digital data collection and processing, artificial intelligence with humans in the loop, and strong data protection measures to make our system faster, more consistent, and more responsible. As we modernize our approaches, we must be guided always by fundamental principles of official statistics. Now, more than ever, quality and comparability, transparency to support accountability, data protection, and ethics to maintain public confidence and sustainability to deliver solutions. We thought that reminding you of ourselves of ethics would be probably redundant, but now more than ever, ethics in statistics have to be considered above everything. Above all, inclusiveness must remain at the center of the agenda. Modern systems should reflect the realities of all workers, including women, youth, migrants, and those in the formal, non-standards, or emerging forms of employment, so that no one is left out of the evidence that informs policies. This symposium is an important step in this direction. Over the next 2 days, we will reflect on the challenges we face and the opportunities that lie ahead. We will discuss how we can modernize surveys, better integrate them with other data sources, and strengthen the capacity of national statistical systems to generate priority statistics to monitor decent work while upholding all these fundamental principles. I want to thank all of you, our panelists, speakers, and participants, for your contributions and engagement. I particularly want to acknowledge the tireless work of KOSTAT team and our team in partnering to bring this event to life. Let us make these symposiums a space for open dialogue, creative thinking, and practical collaboration. Together, we can shape the future of surveys in labor statistics to be more resilient, inclusive, and fit for purpose in this changing world. Once again, welcome, and I look forward for the rich discussions and insights ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Director De Medina, for sharing your comprehensive insights into official labor survey system and evolving technological and societal changes. To celebrate this occasion, we will now hear congratulatory remarks from two special guests. Due to their demanding schedules, they prepared a pre-recorded message for today. First congratulatory remarks is from Ms. Rachel Bevan, Director of the Statistics Division of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Please turn your attention to the screen for this message.
Distinguished colleagues and partners.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to the ILO COSTAT First International Symposium on the modernization of labour statistics.
This gathering comes at a pivotal time. Across Asia and the Pacific, the world of work is undergoing profound transformation, driven by demographic shifts, digital innovation, and evolving labour market dynamics. Our challenge is to ensure that labour market statistics keep pace with these changes and continue to support inclusive, evidence-informed policymaking. Countries across the region are experiencing a demographic transition marked by declining fertility and mortality, increased longevity, and rising migration. With aging populations, fewer workers will support more non-working individuals. Yet many older workers, especially in informal or part-time roles, are often excluded from surveys, limiting our understanding of aging workforce dynamics. Digital technologies are also reshaping work. While they can boost productivity and formal employment, unequal access risks widening income gaps. Automation, AI, and robotics are transforming job structures and skill demands. We're also seeing a surge in platform-based and digital work, from ride-hailing drivers in Indonesia to online freelancers in India and the Philippines. These workers often fall outside traditional categories. So how do we adapt our surveys to capture these new and evolving forms of work? Many economies have large informal sectors and rural populations which are underrepresented in statistics. We must ensure our data includes migrant workers, women in informal jobs, older persons, and indigenous communities. Labour market statistics must be disaggregated by age, gender, location, and employment type to reflect workforce diversity and inform inclusive policies. Innovation is key. In Korea, administrative and big data are being used to generate timely insights, integrating mobile phone data, social security records, and tax data can complement surveys and help us better understand commuting patterns, remote work, and employment dynamics. Given the diversity of digital infrastructure across our region, we need flexible, context-sensitive survey approaches. Mixed-mode data collection, combining face-to-face, phone, and online methods, can improve coverage and reduce costs. In Pacific Island countries, when internet access is limited but mobile phone use is high, mobile-based surveys offer a practical solution. The green and digital transitions are reshaping skills. Labour market statistics must evolve to include indicators on digital skills, green jobs, and job quality to understand how work is changing across sectors. This symposium is a platform for shared learning and action. Together, let's modernise labour market statistics to reflect today's realities and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. Thank you.
We're most grateful for these insightful remarks. Let's express our appreciation with a round of applause. Next up is another pre-recorded message from Mariana Kocheva, Director General of Eurostat. Once again, please turn your attention to the screen.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to have the opportunity to speak to you today and congratulate Statistics Korea and International Labour Organization on organizing the first international symposium on the modernization of labour statistics. Today, we official statisticians stand at an important juncture, reflecting on evolving data needs in the world of work and the future of service in official statistics. At the heart of this discussion is a reality that many of us are facing every day, namely the increasing difficulties faced by surveys, in particular the labor force surveys. The main challenge is the declining response rate, compounded by rising costs and a lack of granular information. These issues threaten the fundamental role that surveys play in providing insights into national and international labor markets. Facing these challenges, we recognize that the path forward is to innovate. I believe that new techniques and emerging data sources will not fully replace traditional surveys, but can serve as a powerful complement to them. In addition, the better integration of traditional sources with new digital ones and the one from administrative records, I think will help to address the specific problems of the surveys and to improve survey quality. The integration of new techniques and methods, including AI, can lead us also to reduction of the burden on respondents and to enhancing the quality and depth of our statistical insights. Labor market policies today, dear colleagues, demand increasingly detailed information into job quality, marginal employment, in-work poverty, and the profound effects that digitalization has brought upon labor market. An example could be the increasing diffusion of digital employment, the measure of which will be a focus of the next International Conference of Labor Statisticians. On the path of innovation, we can benefit from long and well-established tradition of international statistical cooperation. This will ensure that official statistics are comparable across borders. This is even more important now, when we see phenomena like the diffusion of digital nomads or situations where the demand for work is supply and the location of the consumers can be in different countries. The labor market is increasingly a cross-border market, and our cooperation becomes of key importance. In this regard, dear colleagues, I am very delightful and inspired that this symposium can serve as a platform bringing together statisticians and labor market experts. It is in such meetings that we can commit to walking in the same direction, leveraging collective discussion to face the challenges before us and to make official statistics fit for the future. In the spirit of sharing and mutual growth, I, similar to you, look forward to hearing the outcome of the discussions and knowledge exchanges that will unfold over the next 2 days. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We're very grateful that she shared inspiring remarks. Let's express our appreciation with another round of applause. Many thanks to all our opening ceremony speakers, and congratulations to KOSTAT and the ILO for their past, present, and future collaboration. Now let's capture this celebratory moment in photography. I'd like to invite Commissioner An, Director de Medina, and all invited speakers and moderators to stage for this group photo session. So all the speakers and moderators of our sessions, please join Commissioner An and Director de Medina for this group photo. You can step on those steps. So we're gonna make 2 profiles. Thank you all for this successful opening ceremony. Before we proceed to our next session, I'd like to invite everyone to a short 20-minute break. The symposium will resume at 10:45 with our keynote panel discussion. Once again, everyone is invited to a 20-minute break. So we will see you back at 10:45. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics will begin shortly. We kindly ask that moderator and panelists for the upcoming keynote panel discussion will proceed inside and take their seats on stage. We also encourage that all participants will take their seats in the event hall now. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all participants to prepare your receivers in advance. Please note that Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. This symposium is also broadcast live through our official YouTube channel. To watch the sessions online, please visit our symposium website at kostat-ilo.org and select the live streaming menu. Presentation materials for each speakers can be accessed and downloaded under the program menu on the symposium website. On-site participants can also scan the QR code printed on their name tags or symposium leaflet to directly access to a shared drive containing the presentation materials. Wi-Fi service is available in the event hall. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Without further ado, we'd like to begin the keynote panel discussion titled Evolving Data Needs in the World of Work and the Future of Survey in Official Labor Statistics. We have on the stage Mr. Ritesh Sarna, Deputy Director of the ILO Statistics Department, to moderate this panel discussion, and 4 panelists, Mr. Rafael Diaz de Medina, Ms. Misuk Kung, Mr. Rafael from ILO, and Ms. Misuk Kung from KOSTAT, Mr. Junyoung Kim from Korea Employment Information Service, and Ms. Howie Chen from the UN Statistics Division. Please welcome Mr. Sarna and the panelists with a warm round of applause.
We need these. So very warm welcome to everyone to this panel discussion. Thank you for the brief introductions, and I think I'll elaborate a little bit more on our introductions. For those who do not know me, I'm Deputy Director of the Department of Statistics at the International Labour Office in Geneva. It's a privilege to be here today and to moderate this session. We are fortunate to have with us 4 outstanding experts, each bringing a unique perspective on labor statistics and household surveys. I'll introduce them briefly with their full titles, but for the discussion, I'll use their first names to keep things conversational. Our first panelist is the Chief Statistician of the ILO and Director of the Department of Statistics, Mr. Rafael Diaz de Medina. He brings 40 years of experience, including roles as the Regional Advisor on Labor Statistics at the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and as Head of Household Surveys at Uruguay's National Statistical Office. Our second panelist is Ms. Misuk Kong, Director General of the Social Statistics Bureau at KOSTAT, overseeing major surveys such as vital statistics, labor force, household income and expenditure, and agricultural and fishing surveys. She has had senior roles in statistical service policy, survey and data planning, and has extensive experience in managing national surveys, statistical information systems, and integrating administrative and open data. Our third panelist is Mr. Junyoung Kim, Director of the Employment Information Analysis Division at the Korea Employment Information Service. His research focuses on empirical analysis using survey and administrative data, with recent interests in workforce aging, non-standard employment, and labor market inequalities. Our fourth and final panelist is Ms. Hui Chen, coordinator of the Intersecretariat Working Group on Household Surveys at the UN Statistics Division in New York. Before her current role, she led the program on international migration statistics at the UN Statistics Division and has also contributed extensively to gender statistics, population censuses, civil registration, and vital statistics. With this panel of experts, I think we are in an excellent position to explore how the world of work is changing fast with digitalization, platform work, new forms of employment, and rising demand for timely, granular data. Labor statistics are under pressure. Policymakers need them faster, employers or workers want them more relevant, and the public expects them to remain trustworthy. So a bit about the structure and format of the panel discussion. So we'll have first 2 rounds of 30 minutes each, where each panelist has 5 minutes for the intervention. For the third round will be more dynamic, where the audience will have a chance to ask questions to our distinguished panelists. So let's begin with the first round with the ILO, Rafael. So as a chief statistician of the ILO and director of the ILO Statistics Department, can you tell us about the mandate of the ILO to advance statistical standards on topics related to the labor market and the world of work? In this standard setting work, what is the role of sample surveys?
Thank you, Ritesh, and thank you. I'm very honored also to share the table with such a distinguished group, and I hope that we are going to bring something to the discussions today on this important topic. Well, what is the mandate of the ILO in this regard? I think it's a very clear mandate in the sense that the International Labour Organization 100 years ago was mandated to host the International Conference of Labour Statisticians, which is very unique in the world of standard setting and one of the oldest standard setting in topics and statistics in the world. And it's not by chance, it's because the world in 1923 was very conflictive. Industrial relations were very, very strained. They were ending the First War, and the Treaty of Versailles have created the ILO. And in those times of wars and conflict, there was a need to mandate the ILO to set standards on the basic variables in the world of work, to have a common understanding, a common language, to have a social dialogue between the different partners, workers, employers, and governments, to set the rules of how the policies in labor markets should go ahead. And I think this clear mandate of ICLS is still very valid, and more, I would say, valid than ever now. How to set these rules, and it's in a very fast-changing world of work, is crucial. The ILO was tasked to produce standards along with the governments, the workers and employers, and this is important because one tends to think that ICLS is only a conference because it's a misnomer, but it's not a conference, it's a process. It never ends. Once we finish one, we start thinking about the next one and the different topics that they decide themselves of what is the way ahead. And because of that, it's crucial that we have the possibility to cover key variables like employment, unemployment, underutilization, labor migration, occupational safety and health, hours of work, wages, violence at work, many care work. I can give you an endless set of variables that the different moments around this 100 years, have decided to focus their attention. Classifications of occupations, skills. There are many variables that needed to have in-depth discussion on how to capture statistically in order to provide this to the policymakers and provide sound advice afterwards to the different constituents. Such a sensitive thing and such a close to the citizens that it has always been a challenge for statisticians around the world to keep this need to have the very accurate measurement in order to provide timely and granular data, as Ritash was mentioning, it's required increasingly for all of us. And moreover, with digitalization, artificial intelligence, and all the new things that are impacting heavily in the world of work. So the more important thing is that we are under the strain of having more detailed and complex data as never had been now. Why? Because we have a lot of complexity in the world of work. If one sees the first ICLS's outcomes, they were very focused on basic things. What is employed, what is an unemployed, what is a worker, but now increasingly we have a lot of other demands where the world of work is very complex now, and they have a lot of details that need to have complex standards as well. And sometimes this is very well understood by us statisticians, but it's not understood by politicians, that they need to have the data by tomorrow, and they don't care about probably the accuracy or the detail that we have. But we care, and I think the mandate that the ILO has is precisely to host and to support technically this kind of detailed information and detailed discussion in order to have accurate standards to cope with this changing environment. For instance, a good example is the new category of dependent contractors that we have seen in the last couple of ICLSs. The International Classification of Status of Employment, for instance, in 2018, they defined dependent contracts, and these are people who have neither the decision-making authority of traditional self-employed people, nor the conditions associated with an employee. This is an example, for instance, to give you that this dependent contractor was not existing long ago. So there was not a need, but now there is a need to focus, because if we don't measure accurately, we leave the persons that are now under this dependent contractor status completely out of sight of the policymakers. And this brings a lot of uneasiness in world of work. So we as a statistician, we have a lot of responsibility of that. You asked me about the surveys and how the surveys are, you mentioned to support this implementation of international labor standards. I think, of course, we have heard today already that from the speakers that we have surveys are under discussion, under strain. Why? Because we have low rates of response. We have people who are really challenging even the existence of surveys, because with the new advances, everything is digitalized, everything can come from administrative records. And I would say strongly that for labor statistics, the role of a household survey are still very valid. And I think we as statisticians, we need the type of information that we need are not easily generated by other sources, particularly because decision-making in labor markets are done at the level of household. It's not only an individual decision. There are many decisions around skills, around participations, about gender balance, about hours of work. There are many dimensions that are linked to the household decision. And this is also migration status, for instance, as well. And these things are obviously better captured in surveys. And of course, surveys of persons and households are powerful tools that provide the flexibility and methodological soundness needed to capture these aspects and these interrelationships in order to enable different groups to be visible. And we have a responsibility as statisticians to do that. For that, the ILO, of course, has a role and a mandate to help the modernization of, and this is clear one of the aspects that we are doing now and trying to advocate for this. And also, of course, facing new technologies and how technologies can be incorporated in the new generation of surveys. And I think we have to think about that, how we can modernize and introduce a lot of changes. And we can afterwards discuss how this has been done. But I think we have a critical role. Surveys still have a critical role, implementation of international standards, and will continue to play. I don't envisage that surveys will be completely out of the picture. I would think that on the contrary, of course, statistical methods are more sophisticated than ever. We should seek ways of achieving more efficiency, cost effectiveness, increase the rate of responses, etc. But I think labor force surveys, particularly household surveys in particular, are linked with the trust. And when trust is diminishing in a society, surveys response rate tend to decline. And this is, I think, we don't have to blame the surveys that they are, I would say, in decadence. On the contrary, I think the problems are somewhere else, is where trust in societies and in leadership or in the way that the economic forces are functioning is declining, is when surveys suffer. But if we, and it's an egg and chicken, if we provide better information through better surveys, we can achieve better trust because we will have better policies and citizens will support afterwards with their responses. So this is it. I would leave it. Sorry if I was a bit...
No, I think we have plenty of time. So thank you, Rafael. So it's interesting to have the starting point as standard setting of the statistical concepts coming through the ICLS, which in turn helps countries to start collecting data for a concept. So one of the instruments is, of course, a survey. So that brings me to the next, panelist to look at the surveys from a national perspective. So Misuk, in your capacity as Director General of Social Statistics Bureau at KOSTAT, how central are surveys for KOSTAT as the National Statistics Office of Korea to generate statistics for labor market monitoring and to meet demand for data on the different aspects of the world of work? Also, tell us a bit more about, the challenges we have been talking about, we have been hearing from different speakers. So what are the challenges that KOSTAT has been facing, as well as some innovative approaches that KOSTAT is taking to meet these challenges and ensure how surveys continue to generate quality data?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much
질문
for that
감사드리고
question.
이렇게 18개 국가 여러 나라에서
And
노동
I
통계와
am pleased to be
관련해서
amongst
현안을
18
같이 얘기해
countries'
줄수 있는 이
representatives
자리에
and
앉게 되어서 굉장히
be here to
영광스럽고
discuss
행복합니다.
what's happening in the
부국장님
labor
질문에
market.
고용 통계가 얼마나
Now,
조사 통계가
you
얼마나
asked a
중요한가,
question,
노동 시장에서 조사 통계가
how
얼마나
central
중요한가에
are
대한
surveys
부분을
for
국장님께서
KOSTAT?
아주 자세하게
And in
잘 설명해
fact,
주신 것
I believe
같습니다.
that we just heard from Mr. Medina the importance of surveys. And the same goes for KOSTAT as well. So we carry out multiple surveys. For instance, we do household surveys and establishment surveys, and we also use administrative administrative data, and that number is going up. So, for instance, we have about 30 administrative data that we use to look at the scope of the establishments. However, on-site surveys is not always feasible, and it's becoming more challenging. However, still, well, we have to conduct surveys, and as we just heard, we have to measure the decisions of the households, and we have this monthly labor force survey, and twice a year we also target the small areas. So we will have this monthly survey, and we call that economically active labor force survey, and we actually use that the most here in Korea. And if you look at that, we also look deeper. For instance, we have youth as well as the non-economically active people and unpaid family workers, and we also conduct surveys of those people. However, surveys are increasingly important. However, the situation is quite challenging. Then what should be the direction that we need to take forward? Now, of course, administrative data and establishment surveys are important, but when it comes to subjective perceptions, we have to do on-site and face-to-face surveys, which is why we have to rely to those survey methods. At the same time, we also need to look closer to the youth population as well as the economically inactive population, so whether they're willing to land a job or to seek a job. And to find that out, we have to carry out face-to-face surveys. And we also, for instance, have unpaid family workers and workers not enrolled in social insurance. And we, of course, have to conduct door-to-door surveys because otherwise it's not easy to grasp what's happening with them. But of course, KOSTAT is also facing increasing challenges in survey implementation. So back in 2017, survey non-response was about 9.5, but then that went up to 13.4 in 2024. So that was the non-response rate. And so it does not really affect the trust level, but still we need to be slightly concerned about this non-response rate going up here in Korea. And unlike other countries, Korea faces a super-aged society and low fertility rate. And we also have more single households living here in Korea now. And we also had some privacy issues. For instance, we had personal data leakage recently in Korea, which also hampers the face-to-face surveys and surveys as a whole. And now these are some of the challenges that KOSTAT faces. So to address this, KOSTAT is expanding the use of different survey methods to improve response rates. For instance, we have expanded from traditional face-to-face surveys to include online, mobile, and telephone surveys. And now we give them the option so that the respondents can choose between several options. And we also communicate. And we diversify communication channels such as TV, radio, and social media, as well as YouTube. So we try to stay active in public communication. We also do some outdoor advertisements as well. Now, if you look at Korea, most of the people live in apartments. So those would be communal living types. and there are some entities responsible in managing those apartments. So we work with them to, for instance, do elevator advertisements or work with them so that we can promote surveys to the residents residing in that apartment complex. And those are some measures that we take. Number 3 is strengthening legal framework. So that would be determined by the law. We have the Statistics Act here in Korea, and we have information protection that is stipulated under the Statistics Act. And we have revised the Statistics Act to enhance information protection and reduce respondent burden by prioritizing the use of administrative data. And then moving on to training. So we carry out the labor force survey, and we have the specific personnel conducting those surveys. And the enumerators, their skills need to be enhanced. So it's not just about conducting the surveys, but it's about making sure that they become more persuasive. And we try to train them on persuasion techniques and case-based training. Last but not least, we provide incentives for respondents. For instance, we will offer small gifts to survey participants and recognize outstanding respondents with awards so that we show them a gesture of appreciation. So these are some of the approaches that we are taking. But during this 2-day event, I'm sure that we will learn from other countries, and the plan is to leverage those methods going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Suk. It was quite interesting to hear about all these innovations that you are doing to face the challenges of survey. Of course, the non-response rates increasing is not perhaps unique to Korea. It's, I guess, everywhere. Good innovations. I mean, I like the ones in the elevators, ads for the apartments. I would have liked to hear something on artificial intelligence, but perhaps that's something coming in the panels that we have today and tomorrow. So we'll hear more about what other countries are experiencing, if they are doing anything related to artificial intelligence in their surveys. So that'll be interesting to hear. So we have surveys collecting data, but what about the users? What about their needs? Are they interested in just this data, or are they looking at other data as well, which is not coming just from surveys, but other forms of data? So this brings me to our next panelist. So Jun Young, as the Director of Employment Information Analysis Office, how critical are official surveys to support your research on labor issues in Korea? Can you tell us about some of the most significant insights that you have generated using available survey data on labor issues? Could this type of research be conducted without survey data, using other data sources like I was mentioning? Thank you, Junior.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your questions.
예, 저는 소개받은 한국고용정보는
As introduced,
김준영입니다.
I am Kim Jun-young from KES.
그 많은 여러 나라에서 오신
So
전문가분들
first of all,
앞에서
it's my great
발언할 수
honor
있는 기회를 갖게
to be
된
joined by
게
such a number of
기쁘고도 또 떨리기도
renowned
합니다.
experts in this field. I think
예,
it's my
이
first time
질문에
actually
대해서 제가,
to join
개인적인
such
어떤
an
경험에 근거해서
conference
좀
like this one.
설명드리도록
First
하겠습니다.
of all, I'd like to say based on my experience.
예,
Back in 2021,
노동이 우리나라에서 얼마나 노동자가
I
얼마나
conducted
규모를 차지하고
research
있고
on the size of
그분들이
platform
근무하는
employment in
환경이
Korea
어떠한지에 대해서
and the working conditions of platform workers.
저는 처음으로 했습니다.
I think it was the first time in Korea that I did this.
오늘 지금 플로어에
And
앉아 계시는 저 김재원
The
과장,
reason
저
was,
김재원
here we have Kim
과장님이 저한테
Jae-won
요청을 하셨던
from the Ministry of Labor and Employment, and he asked me to
그걸
do this.
의뢰해서 제가 좀
And
받아서
then
몇 년을 했습니다.
I conducted this research
예,
for
그걸 통해서
several
알아낸
years.
것이 이제,
What I
그
found
조사의
was the
방법은
survey
한국의
methodology
한
was
5만 명을 무작위로
to randomly sample 50,000 workers in Korea. So there was a sample survey.
한국에서는 플랫폼
And then in
노동자가
Korea, I looked at,
그전에 이제 플랫폼
and
노동이라는
before
것은
that,
오늘 여러
platform
분들이
employment,
스피커분들이
as
설명하신
mentioned by
것처럼
several speakers
현재의
today,
어떤 노동
I think
시장의
platform employment
노동 세계의 변화를 좀
is
나타내는 아주
one
중요한
representative
기회입니다.
keyword capturing
그래서 그
changes
제
occurring in the
조사
labor
결과를 좀
sector
간단히
today.
말씀드리면
So if I summarize my
한국에서는
research
플랫폼
findings,
노동자가
in
전체
Korea,
취업자의 한 3.3%
platform
정도 차지하고
employees
있고,
account for
그중에서
3.4% of
주업으로 참여하는
total.
사람이 한 절반 정도,
And about half of
나머지는
them
부업을
engage in
현재
this as a main activity, and others on the
또
sideline,
이걸
the
통해서
side
알아낸
job,
것이 이제 시간당 수입이
and their
이분들이
hourly
평균
income
시간당 수입이
would be
최저임금의 한 80% 정도
around 80% of the minimum wage in
1.8배 정도 된다는 거고,
1.8 times of the minimum wage in Korea. Unlike offline labor markets, in platform employment, women's wage was slightly higher than that of males.
이분들이 하나의 어떤 고용 형태가 아니라 매우
And it's
다양한
not
어떤
really
직종을
a
통합하고
single
있다는 것을
unified
알아냈습니다.
type of
예를 들어서
employment. It's quite dispersed. For example, we have
50% 정도
food
있지만
delivery around
그 외에도
50% of
여성
total,
직종을 할수 있는
but
가정
also we
서비스와
have
콘서트에도
domestic
존재하고
service and
있고,
cleaning
또
service,
IT 서비스라든가
mostly done by
첨단
women,
활동
then
같은
IT
서비스와
service and
같은
creativity-related
고성능
services,
직종에도 상당
which
부분
require high
검토하고
skills,
있다는
advanced
것을
skills.
알아냈습니다.
So
그래서
they are also platform workers.
이제 이런 것들을 바탕으로 해서
And based on such
한국
findings,
정부가
the Korean government
플랫폼 노동자를 비롯한 소위
is
말해서 노동 시장의
currently
취약집단을
looking at
지원하고
vulnerable groups in the labor market, including platform workers. So the Korean, I believe my findings contributed to the Korean government's policy making in looking after such vulnerable groups, and such a rewarding experience for me in that sense.
그런데 이제 두 번째 질문에 좀 답을 할
And if I answer the second question,
조사 대신에 다른
instead of such survey methods, are there other data sources that may possibly replace surveys?
결론적으로 말씀드리면
If I give you my conclusion first, no, I would say no. Because in reality, when we look at platform workers, of course, without doing surveys, we may be able to capture their working conditions. For example, we can turn to platform companies, Uber or food delivery companies or transport service companies. So we may leverage company-level information or data to understand the current status of platform workers, their wage level and their working hours. Still, policy-wise, if we are to expand the social safety net, then the necessary data would be only coming from surveys. Why? It's because here the most important thing is the level of contribution to social insurance schemes and their coverage of protections and the stability of income, and then the primary source, whether it is a primary source or a secondary source in household income. Such data would come only from surveys. So when we consider policy applications, I believe the value of surveys would remain valid at this point in time. But when we conduct surveys, there are always limitations. It's too time-consuming. And we have labor issues happening very quickly, but through surveys, it's not readily available that we capture timely data, so there are still shortcomings and challenges. But this does not mean the value of surveys will decrease or diminish in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junjung. Very clear interventions. You situated it in an example of digital platform work. And a lot of us are actually working on it now. I mean, you know that the ILO is also working on a statistical standard on digital platform work. So that's the topic of our next event in Singapore. So together with the Singapore Ministry of Manpower, we have an event next week. We will be there. So very good to hear about this example on measuring digital platform work, and you highlighted the importance of surveys. That is important still. So, but what about the international efforts on surveys? So that's where our next panelist comes in from the UN Statistical Division. Howie, as the coordinator of the Inter-Secretariat Working Group on Household Surveys, quite a long name, can you tell us about the mandate of this working group that led to its creation, and what are some of the main issues of the working group that it is aiming to address? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ritash. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So the Intersecretary Working Group is a collaborative group. Was established 2015 by the UN Statistical Commission, which is really a governing body from chief statistician and national statistical offices. They would like us to work together, us means international organizations, to better coordinate our work. That was the original mandate. We have done a little bit of that and then expanded a little bit more on, for example, encouraging countries to take more on innovative approaches and how to work together. And then we're also, as a platform, to advocate for the importance of household surveys and for the great work everyone has been doing here. ILO, our colleagues. So we have, the group currently has 12 international organizations and then 10 member states. ILO, I believe, was our first chair of the group. And currently the co-chairs are from UNESCO and the World Bank, and the UNSD is the secretariat. Now, speaking about our work and the challenges, I'm not so sure our group will be able to tackle all this in the next couple of years, but I would like to lay out a few challenges we're seeing. You've all mentioned about the new dynamics, new things that need to be measured. The concept has to be settled, so I'm so happy to hear ILO has always been so strong in methodological development, international standard, in leading that in that direction, but there's so many new things that we don't even understand, speaking about how to measure them. The other thing, of course, is the low response rates. As we see that as countries develop economically, and then the response rate tend to go down, and we see that for surveys, we see that for censuses. And it's been super challenging, so how do we tackle that? And now with the AI is great, but some of the countries that does web surveys, they start to see bot responding surveys. How do we tell it's a real bot, it's a real person? There's a way to tell at this moment because the bot aren't that smart yet. But for the countries that are doing web surveys, be aware that's coming. The other thing is, as an intersector working group, and we're working with a lot of regional commissions and countries, a few things that comes out very clearly. One is, what about countries that are under conflict? How can we do a good survey? Like our colleagues from UNESCO, they have come to me and said, look, most of our member states are either under conflict or post-conflict. We cannot do a probabilistic survey like how you would like to, but how can we do things right? How can we really need the information there. The other is countries in the Pacific community, small islands. They're so small, there are 5 people in the office. And they need to measure things that are slightly different from us, the rest of the country. They don't need to see how far the school is, this access to education that's pretty close by. But climate change, environmental impact, all these things are coming their way. How do they measure it? And then they get a lot of requests from all of us, and there are 5 people. So they cannot do 500 surveys per year. So how do they really juggle between this domestic and international demand? And the other thing that we come across pretty interestingly is the marginalized population groups. And survey has this limit, we all understand that. We recently had a publication on making surveys more accessible. So we work with person with disability community, and they give us to-do list. But just to put on the table the cost of having sign language interpreters, right? To have everything accessible. And in the household survey, when we go to households, and if our respondent is deaf, what do? Do we skip the respondents? Or do we always bring someone with us, which comes with a cost? So these are the challenges. We don't know how to handle it, but just to put down. The other thing, of course, we see starting beginning of the year, there is a lot of cut in funding on overall ODAs, development support, but in data and statistics, we see DHS Demographic Health Survey is almost gone, still hanging there with some funding from the Gates Foundation. So we recently did a survey with low-income, middle-income countries, 130 of them. We got response from 66, as I'm doing surveys, reporting on the response rate. Around 70% of the countries responded saying they are facing funding cut. To statistics and data system, it's not only surveys, it's all across the board. Census, survey, admin data, staff training, every single thing. So how do we deal with that? Okay, I'll stop here. These are the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Howie. Yeah, I mean, lots of challenges. You highlighted, the reduction of resources overall, not just for the surveys, in general for the ODA, and yeah. So this is a scenario that we are facing at the international level. So this also concludes basically our first round of questions and answers, and we focused on challenges. The next round we'd like to focus on going a bit in the future. So we'll be starting with you, Howie, in the reverse order. So you mentioned that the working group has been trying to address these challenges of a reduction in funding for surveys, and we heard about the challenges the NSOs like KOSTAT is facing. So what do we do? I mean, you raised these questions in the reductions of resources. So what do we do with the surveys? I mean, they're so expensive. Is the era of surveys over? So, so we heard from various speakers, surveys are important, but how do we conduct them if there are no resources? What is the vision of the working group on household surveys for the future of surveys in official statistics in the next 10 years? Can you share some of the key developments or innovations that the working group is looking at in these areas to promote modernization of surveys? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Survey, of course. I mean, just think about living in the world moving forward. All of us will be talking to bots. And survey is the only chance you actually talk to a real person and getting a sense from them. Their sentiment, right? And why they're making this decision. These are where survey will make an impact. These data will tell the policymaker and how to make the policy right. It's not just about levels. It's about why and how things can be changed. I mean, really, like, the only chance we talk to real people. And the other thing, I've been thinking about surveys, right? Survey methodologies have been there for decades. We know how to select people randomly in the right way so they're representative of the ideas and thinking behind an entire population. We know how to ask the questions right. We have a very strong backing on survey methodology. We have a wealth of data. I think a lot of microdata are available. So how can we can actually the survey community is at the great position to support the digital transformation moving forward. Because AIs, they need training data set, and they need good training data set. And these people do, I'm not talking about badly about IT person, but their strongest point is not about asking questions, right? Survey methodologies can help them getting better training data sets, finding the right person to provide these data sets, answer the microdata, all the data available there, if we make them AI ready, they will really help reduce the biases we all talk about in the AI world. Survey can, so my response to survey, your question number one, is still extremely important. Now, next steps, during COVID, NSOs have faced a lot of challenges. So our group worked together on the position paper called Positioning Household Survey for the Next Decade. So a lot of priorities there are still super valid. Just to highlight a few, methodologies, like how our ILO colleagues and the KOSTAT colleagues and everyone here been working together and to advance methodologies in terms of concept definition, term methodology for measurement, innovation. We talk about taking advantage of digital transformations, availability of geospatial remote sensing. We talk about data integration. So, right, citizen data. Household survey data can work with administrative data, with remote sensing, mobile phone positioning data, and these are all in the making. But there is another thing. So these are all the innovations I think we should tag along. And then, oh, yes, just sorry, one sentence about the handbook and the UN Statistics Division. With the support of the working group, we are going to release a new edition of UN Handbook on Household Surveys that will have cover a lot of innovation over there. And it's going to be available in a few months at the Commission. ILO is a great part of that. Now, speaking about response rates, we're not completely sure that innovation is going to change that. Because I think it's a positive sign that people are aware of their rights. Why do I have to respond to your questions, survey? Why? What are you giving back to me? So this is something we've been working on, is really to have a better understanding of the respondents. Try to think about respondents not as respondent, but like what is our relationship dynamics? Maybe we're co-producers in a way, so we get buy-in from the respondent. That might change the response rate problem, but we're still working on that. We don't know yet. And now, of course, as the working group, intersectoral working group will continue to be the platform to advocate for the great work you've done, everyone here has been doing. So reach out to us if you're interested in holding a webinar, let other people know. Reach out to us if you have a question about certain things. We'll reach out to the other NSOs to get the responses, to see how other countries are doing. To be that platform. Lastly, we were established to be that coordinating body. I think we all commit to work together as international organizations because there's less resource, less money, and how can we work together to make all this available money effective, efficient? I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari, for highlighting this, aspect of knowledge sharing with each other, with using a platform like this. I mean, this is a knowledge sharing platform, so we learn from each other to overcome the challenges that all the countries are facing. So this is a perfect example for that. So moving on to, from a user's perspective, Jun-Young, from a user's point of view on labor issues, thinking towards the future, what are the most pressing topics for which data is needed in the next 5 to 10 years? Do you think surveys will continue to be necessary to address these emerging data needs?
So looking into the next 5 to 10 years, there could be important issues in the labor market. Of course, it may vary by country in terms of importance. But as many forecast, in most advanced economies within the next 10 years, and things are already happening or may happen, and their severity may increase. And these issues include aging labor force.
따라서
And with reduced population, we may face labor shortages. So these two issues would affect many countries in the labor market. Another challenge would be, which is being mentioned continuously, changes in technology, especially the impact of AI on the labor market. Specifically, one typical case would be whether advances in technology would replace human labor, because it may lead to unemployment on a large scale. From a different perspective, advances in AI technology may improve productivity of people, leading to the creation of wealth. So there are rather conflicting viewpoints in looking at AI technology and other cutting-edge technologies. And then, how can we make sure that we use and produce statistical data in an appropriate way?
앞에 토론에서도 말씀드렸던 것처럼
As I mentioned before, administrative data or enterprise data alone are not sufficient in coping with such challenges. And before I talked about platform employment, and to provide proper social protection for platform workers, we need to conduct surveys to understand the status quo accurately. And as to aging workforce, if we do not conduct surveys and with administrative or big data alone, it's not possible. Of course, we are aware that workforce is aging, but then how companies are changing their HR practices in response, and how worker-friendly workplace is being shaped, and what type of data do we need in fostering such an employee-friendly working environment, I think we need to design surveys, fit-for-purpose surveys, and it's going to be only through surveys and interviews and the resulting data that we can make proper policies, especially based on insightful implications. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junyoung, for highlighting these two issues on aging population and the impact of AI on the labor markets. Talking about AI, let me ask you another question, Junyoung. So if it's okay, so we're just diverting from the format. How can artificial intelligence technologies or other recent technological advances be applied to the design of survey data? So let's try to apply AI more on the survey perspective. What do you think from a researcher's perspective? Thanks.
And of course, advances in technology have both negative and positive aspects historically. And there are people concerned about the potential negative aspects of AI. But here today, especially in relation to surveys, I believe I'd like to highlight the positive aspects of AI in relation to surveys. I believe in terms of quality control and efficiency enhancement, I think AI has a big potential to be used as infrastructure for quality control. Starting from design to output and to validation phase, we may apply AI, and then we can reduce the time taken, and also we can improve the reliability of data outputs. For instance, in the design phase, the questionnaire takes time. time. And also validating and reviewing the questionnaire takes time. Now, if we apply artificial intelligence, then we may avoid duplicates or we may eliminate concerns about privacy. Also, we can make questions clearer so that we can increase response rates.
또 어떤 응답률이 낮거나
And if there's low response rate or if there's a high probability of errors being made, then we can fine-tune such questions in advance using AI. In the process of survey implementation, sometimes responses are made too quickly or quite conflicting responses could be made on the part of respondents, then maybe warning messages could be sent to respondents so that we can improve the quality of surveys overall. And then in the post-survey phase, industry or occupation classification codes can be recommended automatically. And for non-responses, corrections can be made. And also for small area estimation, calibration can be made so that the correction can be made more quickly, ensuring the consistency of outputs. So if I summarize, AI is not simply about improving efficiency. I think AI can serve as the infrastructure, the foundation for quality control. And if that happens compared to previous practices, with the same amount of budget, we can produce more reliable data more quickly, and we can also target increased sample size. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junyoung. I think you provided lots of ideas to Misuk. I was seeing Misuk was nodding her head and listening to you very carefully. So that brings me next to her. In fact, Misuk as a National Statistic Office. So what are KOSTAT's plan in the next 5 to 10 years to maintain the various surveys that generate data on labor topics needed at the local and national levels? Is technology playing a key role in supporting the modernization of surveys for statistics on the world of work and the role of AI? Like Junyoung gave you so many ideas. Are there other innovations being tested or introduced in surveys right now?
Well, during the previous round, I've briefly explained what we are doing at KOSTAT, and I believe that we share our challenges. So how to overcome the challenges would be our pressing task. And going forward, I believe that we will face more severe challenges. However, we will see growing demands. At the same time, we will have to see granularity of the data, and demand will rise as well. And the labor market will also show us a growing demand. And of course, when it comes to AI, how to apply AI to come up with better statistics. So that's something to think about. So I have prepared a note here, but since you mentioned AI, so today and tomorrow, I saw that we have a topic on AI, but KOSTAT will not be in that session. So I would like to briefly talk about what we do at KOSTAT in terms of utilizing AI. So for industrial classification and occupational classification, we use AI. So that was introduced in 2021. And accuracy rate is about 15%. And we have been using that for the past few years. And it's now being established. So we apply AI in statistics. And I believe that when it comes to classification, AI can really be useful. So for occupational as well as industrial classification, we already use that. And for expenditure, we also survey expenditure. And now what we do, we use OCR technology. So we use OCR technology to collect household receipts. And we also use AI for automatic classification system, and we plan to review that idea next year. And I believe that we can use AI in those areas, and I think that we are moving fast comparing to other countries. So that's one of the cases of KOSTAT. And this year for population estimates, so before it was done every 5 years, but now that cycle was reduced to 2 to 3 years because demographics keeps changing extremely fast here in Korea. So 5 years is not sufficient. So we have reduced that to 2 to 3 years. And when we do population estimates, we can use AI. And we're currently in the research phase. And for now, AI cannot replace population estimates 100%, but we could use that as a backup data. And for establishment survey also, we are using chatbot. And together with the respondents, we communicate using chatbot. And that is to enhance convenience. And in Korea, application of AI is quite popular. Everyone is eager to introduce AI. So for industrial and occupational classification, as I mentioned, we already have the output. So it would be nice to share the results.
Thank you very much, Ms. Suk, for highlighting this role of AI in classifications. As you probably know, the ILO is also working on the International Standard of Classification of Occupations, ISCO. We are updating it for the next ICLS, and colleagues will tell you more about in the sessions on how we are also using AI for that purpose. So that's a very relevant example, and also thanks for highlighting of all the examples that KOSTAT is working on to use AI. So we heard about lots of challenges that the surveys are facing, and also about the wider data needs on so many aspects of the world of work. So Rafael, the next question is addressed to you. How is the ILO taking into consideration these data challenges in the standard setting process? What is the ILO doing to support countries in this transition to modernize and establish more efficient integrated surveys that are able to meet the demand for data on decent work?
Thank you, Ritesh, for the question. I think it's, we as an international organization, what we are echoing, particularly what we are listening from the countries. And of course, we are very aware of the limitations and the caveats that we have had in surveys, and we had discussed how the standard setting mechanism that we host and we try to promote and support technically to the different countries and regions, how we can cope with these challenges and how we can also provide concrete tools to lower I would say the burden, but also to overcome the caveats that we have all heard in this panel about the challenges that we are facing in terms of course, we have international mandates. The standard setting that we promote or we host has to be very pragmatic. And the last 3 or 4 ICLSs, what we have tried is to not to provide or to produce standards in the void or very theoretical, but very pragmatically, in the sense that the resolutions, the guidelines, the recommendations that ICLS provide has to be also always supported by how to make this happen with surveys and with other tools as well, and how we have to combine tools, but we concretely have always provide mechanisms to see how the different standards will be implemented and what techniques are needed from surveys to manage to provide this accurate data. So it's not only the theory, but it has to be how surveys in practice had to pose the different questions in order to achieve understanding. Of course, this is a very, I would say, resource demanding, because we are asking, of course, we have to bear the burden of have cognitive testing and trying to see how we can provide pragmatic things. But what the ILO has been trying is to digest this kind of things throughout the different regions, because they vary a lot. We are talking about having people interviewed, so it means different cultures, different languages, different ways of seeing the national statistical offices, different levels of trust. It depends of different regional. So we have been trying to start to harmonizing this through international partnerships. Of course, the Secretariat Working Group of Household Surveys was one of them. I think we all were very excited when we gave birth to this, and I think, of course, then the international system is now in a crisis moment now, but I think engaging also the national experiences have provided us a richness, and I think this is one of the initiatives that we have been promoting from the standard setting as well. This collective reflection that we have now today in this symposium is one of the activities that we promote, and we have tried to promote this at the different regions in order to have reflections on how standards can be implemented in household surveys in the best way to lower the different problems. Of course, the recent and forthcoming international standards that we are facing, what we need is, we have been trying is to present also how we combine labor surveys with other sources. And this is, an example is, for instance, the forthcoming standards of international labor migration and mobility statistics that we have been working even actively jointly with KOSTAT, and how we use population registries, visa and work permits, population censuses, along with labor force surveys, and especially migration surveys, among other sources. How we assure interoperability between the different sources. We have to provide that, because we have seen that it's very costly, we have different challenges, but we have to facilitate this. We have to lower the burden of budgets at the country level in order to provide the service with the best outcome. And because of that, interoperability is crucial. We have to agree on the definition of the variables around the different sources in order to get the best of all sources and pull together in order to lower the burden even the length of what a survey has to contain. If we can cope and pre-fill many things with other sources information, but needs to be highly interoperability. And this is the crucial thing that we have tried to work with the country. So, for instance, the standard setting that we have now in our plate on care work, for instance, or in digital platform work, this builds particularly on a standard setting that we have been providing in the last 2 or 3 ICLS, but with a new way of looking at this, and also building on how other sources can also help us with the same definition and whatever. Even if it is an evolving definition, we have to ensure that they are comparable and compatible between the different things in order to lower the burden of this. What we do, we also provide technical assistance to country and in a more strategic planning of surveys. And this is crucial also to take advantage of the scarce resources that we all have, both at the national and international level, and try to see what we make best use of the scarce resources. So we have to generate priority statistics on different topics and, of course, assure that the different parts of a household survey, for instance, the modules are crucial. Instead of having standalone big household surveys on different topics that it used to be the practice in the past. Time use service, lengthy time use service, or migration service, lengthy migration service. So we duplicated, multiplied the needs of having, this was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, there was a proliferation of these big programs of standalone topics of household surveys. Now we are aiming at having modular approach, having shorter surveys in order to lower the burden for respondents and lower the cost. And because of that, the modules, the ILO has been promoting the ILO modular labor force survey with particularly topics in order for the countries of the national country to choose the different parts of the topics that we will need. We have also helped the countries to improve the methods. We have promoted copy over paper and pencil. We have tried to, this during COVID was very clear, and we have heard from some other experience, it's the same in the ILO. COVID helped us to speed the process of supporting the countries of that. We have tried to expand our capacity to nowcasting, to try to use non-traditional data from artificial intelligence, but also from geospatial data that were the only source of data for many moments during COVID. I think now this type of geospatial group data, etc., has also stayed here, is beyond the COVID. We have tried to make better use of this for improved frames, sample frames, and sample frames in surveys are crucial. And this, the way that we have optimization of the sample design is crucial to lower the cost, and now more than ever. So because of that, we have a lot of new data that supports that. We have been promoting this integration of admin data with labor statistics with surveys. We have brought together data from multiple national agencies, and this is something that it's now, if we have a context of national statistical office, the crucial to have dialogue or internal dialogue with other producers of statistics like ministries of labor, ministries, pension institutions, inspection from labor ministries. Many data that in the past used to be only produced on silos. Now what we have tried to motivate the countries and to help the countries to produce what we call labor market information systems. That is an integration of different sources with the maybe with the labor force survey in the center in order to strengthen them, but in combining with this interoperability data, trying to promote dialogue, internal dialogue to cope with the different resource constraints, trust constraints, etc., to support household surveys. This helped a lot in we are now under around 30 projects in 50 countries on labor market information systems. And we have now a lot of, I would say, good examples to show how collaboration at the national level in the production of data expands the possibility of household surveys in order to be more supportive, even if they are shorter, even if they are populated with the many external information that we include before even going to the household, and of course respecting the privacy and respecting all the tools that we can have. But I think this provides us an example of how we can invest in local capacity in order to provide national stakeholders to do better in use of the household survey, in producing household surveys. And if we have better use of the household surveys, we will have more resources at the national level. And this is the issue, how to really make it more concrete and make it more, I would say, supportive at the national level. And we, at the global level, we have seen that this is common to all regions in the world, how we promote this. We have tried to invest on national capacities. It's crucial. We are far from promoting global initiatives from above, programs that come from Washington, Geneva, or Tokyo. No. It has to be something rooted in the country. And this is something that this data, this method that we are promoting is on data. We guide careful integration and harmonization across different sources. For instance, drawing into with standards as SDMX in order to have this common language, providing tools, champion open source to lower the burden and cost. We have promoted open source community supported solutions that country can own and extend. And on governance, data governance, I think it's very important. We help define clear institutional arrangements so everyone knows who provides, who curates the data, and how we harmonize the data. So we have to provide these skills to keep this under control in order to get the support of household surveys at the national level. And finally, artificial intelligence. You mentioned a lot of this, and I was going to provide the same example about auto-coding and using artificial intelligence for codification. ISCO is one of the main areas that we are working on, and we have seen that there are many examples in many regions that they have already started with that. What we are aiming is not to have these periodical updates of ISCO, but having a continuous upscale. We cannot cope with the luxury of having one ISCO once every 10 or 20 years. The fast changes in the world of work it will be turning this completely irrelevant. We have to have a real an update in real time. So as we speak, occupations are changing, and if we don't cope with this, we are becoming obsolete. So I think this is something, it's a source of use and good use of artificial intelligence. We are now also piloting AI-assisted search in the labor market information systems. We will hear this in the dedicated panel. I think it's a good example how AI is also used as a search, an intelligent search, in order to minimize the time between the compatibilization of different sources. So we have to give this possibility in order to enhance. It's not only auto-coding, but also promising more timely data, more data that has to be relevant in the moment. For instance, the ILO is trying to introduce the first online course on the use of AI on labor statistics that we are organizing this coming December in Turin, in the International ILO Training Center that we have in Turin. And these are the different things and actions, the concrete actions that we want to undertake to improve the efficiencies of surveys. And of course, there are many, many more things to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael, for highlighting all these examples. So a lot of the issues, including the modularization and the other issues you talked about, will keep coming back in the panels. So that concludes our second round. I think we're doing quite well. So we probably still have about 15-20 minutes. So we can go to the third round now to open up for the audience to have some questions to our panelists, or if they want to share challenges that they are facing that were not already mentioned, or some innovations that can pave the future of modernized integrated service systems for statistics on the world of work. So if you want to have any of this, please feel free to take the floor and introduce yourself and ask the question to a specific panelist, or just in general if you want to share something with everyone. Please feel free. Kieran?
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I'm Kieran Walsh from the ILO team working on statistical standards and methods. We've had a couple of mentions about the use of data, and I want to ask a little bit more about that, because we're not collecting it for the sake of itself. I think everyone in this room would agree that data is important. There's a risk sometimes we're in an echo chamber in that sense. We're talking to people with the same perspective. But I do wonder, sometimes in our work, I feel like all of the work we put into generating data, the data isn't fully used or doesn't quite make its way into policy use. And I suppose particularly, I'm interested in everyone's perspective on this, but particularly the colleagues here from Korea. How do you manage to make sure that the data is actually truly used for policy purposes, right? It's one thing to collect it, it's another thing to communicate it, it's another stage again to make sure it's really having effect. And we certainly find that challenging in many countries, and they're concerned about it. How do they actually communicate and make sure the data finally gets used? So yeah, I'd like to hear some thoughts about how do we do that so that in the end we don't devote all of these resources to something which doesn't truly have the impact that we want. Thank you.
Thanks, Kiran. Let's have a couple of more questions before going to our panelists. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Matt Hughes from the United Kingdom Office for National Statistics. Firstly, thank you to the panel members. I thought you all spoke with incredible passion about the future innovation and opportunities that we have. Definitely insights and learnings that I'm going to take away and probably have some follow-up conversations with yourself. I think my question is more around what we've set out as future innovation, if we're all very honest, are today's problems. This is exactly, if we step out of this room, the problems that we're all facing and the challenge we have in making today's surveys relevant for the future. So my question isn't to a particular panel member, but perhaps if one or two panel members have a strong opinion, I'd like to know, what do you think we should be doing, or what is the priority in the short term? So not so much the long term, the right now, as leaders, what would you be suggesting and advising us to prioritize in the short term to ensure that our statistics and our social surveys are relevant?
Thank you. We have another question. Elisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for such an interesting insights and from some very different angles. I think they really start creating a picture of really a transformed survey for me at least. And I wanted to follow up on some of the points made by Haoi Chen from UNSD. You mentioned, Haoi, around the idea of changing the relationship. There were several comments that you made that really struck a chord with me. Seeing surveys as that one tool that we have to really talk and converse with citizens, let's say, and coming from migration, maybe not citizens, but with people. And you mentioned also that we need to think about respondents as co-creators and really try to transform that relationship so that surveys continue to be so that we build that trust, no? Going back to this element of trust. So, and then KOSTAT mentioned some of the tools that they're using to maintain response in terms of course, engaging with the community to raise awareness that a survey is going on, but also to have that contact. So my question goes around: do we have some of new techniques or emerging ways of how do we reframe that relationship? How do we get respondents to see themselves as co-creators of knowledge or of information that better serves them? And you also tied into this kind of citizen data, which is another stream of work that comes across that hasn't been really tied to surveys, because it often comes with this idea that is non-representative, but that it is coming from co-creation. But what are some of the learnings that we can bring from there to survey work to build that and maintain that interaction? Thank you.
Thanks, Elisa. Let's take another one. And anyone from countries would like to raise any question or share their experience? Hanna, please, go ahead.
I'm Hanna Strzelecka from Statistics Poland. I'd like to a little bit share our experience in this aspect of relationship with the users and the population. We think it is really important to communicate and to have a good dialogue with our users. So we, for example, organize some special meetings, some briefings to better understand their needs and to present our problems that we face to deliver accurate data. And it is, we think, more and more important to educate our respondents, to tell them that if they want to have accurate data, high quality data, they also have to cooperate. In fact, we spend public money to collect the information for them. So it is really important what they do, what they deliver, if they understand that we have to cooperate together. It's not that we can create data. We have to base on what they deliver to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. Any other intervention? If not, let's go back to our panelists. Starting from Kiran's question on the use of data for policy making, I think I would request perhaps KOSTAT to answer this, and any other questions they may want to take. I'll start with Misuk first, and then Yoon-young. Misuk?
Yes, about the policy. So how do we use the data for policy making? And also how do the users use the data and how to manage the data? So it's not, well, if we look at the labor force survey only, so this is critical. So we have many researchers and policymakers and municipalities relying on LFS. And every month we conduct briefing to promote the idea to the media, and we will have journalists covering labor force survey every month. And it's not just that. Now at KOSTAT, we generate different statistics, and we have KOSIS. This is a website or system that we have, and once you access KOSIS, you can not only look at the KOSTAT statistics, but statistics from other NSOs as well. So you have a larger view of what's happening around the world. And on top of that, KOSTAT, we have a communication channel with the users, and we call that user consultation body, and we use that to communicate with, for instance, people from the academia, policymakers, researchers, and so forth. So we have many people who require statistical data, and we cater to their needs. Do you need anything else or anything else that we should do? So we communicate those topics with the users. So that's how we double check.
And if I add some comments, at my organization, we are producing 3 types of panel data. One is about youth, the other 2 about middle-aged and elderly populations. And it's always our concern and challenge. So we put in a lot of budget, but the utilization is not as high as expected. That's criticism that we receive. Then how do we deal with this challenge and problem? It's always our challenge and concern. And as mentioned by Ms. Kong from KOSTAT, she talked about relationship with users. On top of that, there's another consideration that we always need to bear in mind. Eventually, when you think of users, we have the general public, but also we have public officials and the National Assembly on the policy side. For general users, for the general public, establishing channels and engaging in promotional efforts, it's important, but also it's equally important that we reach out to policy makers. There should be increased frequency in terms of having contact with those policy makers. So what are the policy needs? Because those needs should be reflected in our statistical work. That means we need to have more frequent communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Jin Young. Howie, would you like to take Elisa's question and any other questions that you would like to answer?
Maybe Elisa's. So I'm actually wearing two hats in UNSD. I'm also co-chairing the collaborative on citizen data. I see these two communities, the citizen data generated by civil society organizations, communities, and then the household survey, a little bit very separate. I can explain why. So under the collaborative on citizen data, we have a framework called Copenhagen Framework on Citizen Data endorsed by the UN Statistical Commission. It's really about data driven, produced by civil society organizations and communities that they feel very strongly about. So on one hand, we see that we have the CSOs begging us, take our data, take our data. We're so keen to contribute. Everyone wants to contribute to that data. On the other hand, from household survey community, we beg people to respond to our surveys. So what's missing in that connection? What I found the most thing that's missing is our respondents don't see why the data are going to be useful, will have an impact on their life. The civil society organization communities usually collect data on topics they're super keen on because they are being impacted on, they want the data to be seen by policymakers. But if we are knocking on the door that's from one of the deputy directors of ONS, Emma, one day she said, and for population statistics in the UK, when they say, we're doing this, we're collecting data for public policy, and people are like, does that have anything to do with me? But if you say we're collecting data, so your communities will have another hospital, another school, or there will be a playground, that they can relate a lot more. So in one of the survey, New Zealand, Stats New Zealand, in one of their surveys, expensive to do, but what they did is when they knock on the door, they have a flyer published on how the data from last round data collection had impacted on that community. And the people are a lot more willing to see this and willing to respond to the surveys because they don't, do I really care about public policy at the national level? Not so much, right? But if they're telling me, my school and everything's being impacted, and I wanted to be part of that. So on the framework, on the Copenhagen framework, we do talk about engaging citizens from the very beginning of the design. So they need to be part of the design stage on what kind of topic to be covered, how the question should be asked. Maybe they have a completely different understanding of the concept and definitions. I had one colleague coming from indigenous community in Kenya came in to tell me that how the definition and concept of poverty from the World Bank is so irrelevant to her. She said, I don't care about the monetary. I have thousands of goats in so these are about assets. And also about their co-creating, and then you will see more uses of data if the data are really being linked. So it's very hard to bridge the two, and Mauricio's there, he's from NA, he's part of our steering committee for the handbook, UN Handbook and Household Survey revision work. I try very hard to bring that engagement into the conversation, what I've been told by the survey. We have a group of steering committee members. They were like, do you have empirical evidence? Has it been proven useful if you do the engagement? Better, if you know empirical evidence, you can now bring it into the handbook. So they call my edition was more purely advocacy purposes and propaganda. So I think it's going to be helpful if there are experimentation being done, right? And Australia did that. They had a huge work with person with disability communities, and they closed their survey so much in advance because they got so many people responding to the survey. But of course, according to steering committee, one example is not sufficient to bring anything into the handbook discussion. But I think it is important to have some empirical evidence from the survey point of view that it really helps And we believe it helps from the citizen data perspective. But yeah, thank you for raising the question that we need to bring the two communities closer. We have quite a few NSOs are in the front of that. ONS is one of them. For population and migration statistics, they are really looking at how to bring citizen data into official statistics by even acquisition. So there's a huge study going on, and Colombia, of course, and Mexico is also very active. So we're working towards that. It's not very easy because we're very different.
Thank you, Harry. Raphael, do you want to take the other question on
네, 메디나 국장님, 미래의 어떤 혁신, 바로 조사를 보다 연관성 있게 만들기 위한 미래 혁신에 대해서 말씀해 주시겠습니까? 아주 흥미로운 질문들이 많이 나왔습니다. 특히 우리가 단기적으로 무엇에 주목해야 되는가?
Limitations and what should be a priority. I think this is an excellent question. I would say that in labor statistics or statistics in general, we have to be optimizing the methods that we are using, and sometimes because of inertia or because of the lack of skills in our own national statistical offices, we tend to leave this for the future. But I think now with the new AI possibilities and the new tools that we have at hand, like geospatial information, etc., we don't have any possibility to get away from being in the frontier with the statistical methods to optimize the sample design in order to lower the size, taking into consideration, of course, of what are the needs that we will need for modules. For instance, we have to minimize the non-sample biases that we can have because of many things. So I think it's something that it's the old school, I would say, try to optimize that, and we have to do it quickly. The other thing is the interoperability with other sources. I think we have to give up on only having one single source. Other sources are staying for us forever, and we have to make use of them. And the challenge to be interoperable, I think it's not to be diminished or underestimated. There are a lot of challenges to do that, but we have moved a long way through on this issue, and we have to take this into consideration. So this will allow us to pre-populate questionnaires, to lower the length of the interview, to provide more incentives to the respondent in order to lower to increase the response rate, etc. So we have to provide incentives, of course, as we have seen from KOSTAT, but I think there are many ways of creating incentives, as this is something that we have to be closer to the community, and I like this idea of having concrete information for the respondents in order for them to know what is the use of responding to household surveys and what could be the different techniques that we can use. And we had to adapt to different communities. Not all communities has the same, I would say, way of reasoning, and from an NSO, sometimes we tend to be very, I would say, top-down, and we have to see how this citizen-generated data can help in understanding what type of arguments can resonate with respondents in order for them to engage. Because I was talking previously about the lack of trust, and the lack of trust is when the citizens don't see any, I would say, any benefit from responding to a survey, and on the contrary, they are even against breaching their privacy, although they post afterwards their own lives in social media, of course, and even the more intimate things. But at the level, they usually are very resistant to provide the data for statistical offices. So I think this has to be somehow better communicated, and then we have the use of data, and I think this is crucial. This question, I think it's very important, because the communication is at the citizen level, but also at the policy-making level, and this way, what is the main thing for us is we have to raise funds for surveys. We have to make our point. We have to make a business case of why is it still important for statistics to produce the surveys. And this, I think, without that proper communication, the use of data is completely something that has to be very well communicated. And in statistical offices, we tend to underestimate this investment, and we take for granted that if we produce the data, is understood and used, and it's not the case. And so there are a lot of distractions from proper data. We have disinformation, misinformation, fake information as ever before, and this makes things more difficult. I think the first and foremost thing is to communicate better, to make use of the best of AI tools in order to optimize sample techniques, to lower the burden, to provide incentives to the respondent, and to communicate very well to the media, to the policymakers, to the citizens, and to the communities in order to afterwards, of course, leave the techniques to refine the output by using AI for instance, producing to lower the biases that we can have for quality control, which is one of the uses that it was mentioned and it was crucial. So I think this is what I would suggest to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. Is it? Yeah, okay. So this has been very engaging and rich discussion. I am not going to summarize it. So this has been great. I did have another question for each of you to kind of wrap up for like 1 minute takeaway, but I think we're going to let that go. So as we heard from our panelists, the landscape of work is changing rapidly, and with that, the demands on labor statistics are getting more complex. From adapting survey methods to embracing new data sources, and from addressing pressing labor market issues to fostering international collaboration, our panelists have highlighted both the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I hope this panel has served as a good introduction to the different panels coming ahead in the next 2 days. We'll have a lot of experience sharing and reflect jointly on what needs to be done to modernize surveys and their role they play in labor statistics. So I would like to conclude and like to thank our panelists for sharing their insights, and thank all of you for your engagement in this important discussion. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to the panelists and the moderator for sharing their reflections on evolving data needs and implications. I hope this wasn't overwhelming, because we still have 6 sessions to go to tackle them bit by bit. So this concludes our morning program, and we will now take a lunch break until 2 p.m. KOSTAT is hosting the welcome luncheon, which will be served at your seats. And for smooth service, it would be very helpful if you can clear out the space in front of you a little bit. So also, KOSTAT published 2 special publications commemorating the 100th anniversary of Korea's first modern population census. Copies of these publications are available for those who are interested, which are located in the 2nd floor lobby. So we wish you a pleasant lunch and look forward to seeing you back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Distinguished participants, the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics will resume shortly. We kindly ask that speakers and moderator for session 1 will take their seats on stage and prepare for the session. Other participants are also invited to take their seats in the event hall. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phones to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all participants to prepare your receivers in advance. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. This symposium is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel. To watch the sessions online, please visit our symposium website at kostat-ilo.org and select the live streaming menu. Presentation materials for each speakers can be accessed and downloaded under the program menu of the symposium website. On-site participants may simply scan the QR code printed on their name tags and symposium leaflet to directly access a shared drive containing the presentation materials. Wi-Fi service is available in the conference hall. Finally, we ask your cooperation and understanding in the event of unforeseen situations and resulting delays. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and had some time to refresh yourselves. We will resume the symposium with session 1, titled Addressing Challenges in Fighting Back the Fatigues? No. Addressing Challenges in Survey Participation and Data Quality. To ensure effective discussions, each of the core sessions has a moderator setting the scene for the session and facilitating discussion. Mr. Karen Walsh, head of the Standard and Methods Unit at the ILO Statistics Department, will moderate this session. Joining him on stage are Matt Hughes from UK Office for National Statistics, Sean Wu from China's National Bureau of Statistics, and Shunichi Shimakita from Statistics Bureau of Japan. Please welcome them with a big round of applause as I hand over the floor to them.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes, we've already had the quick introductions, but I am the moderator for this session. We have the lovely challenge of following on the excellent panel we had before lunch and trying to keep everyone's interest in the session just after lunch, which is always challenging enough, but hopefully we can do it. I don't know, is my slide going to appear on the screen, or? Yes, great, thank you very much. So yes, at the start of every session, we're just going to have a really brief overview from the moderator to try and set the scene for the session. And the topic of the first session is the challenges and the approaches to maintaining survey participation and data quality. That's where we decided to start with the topics. And I think, like every topic, I'd say we're always trying to find a balance between different forces, different competing interests or opportunities and challenges we might face. And in the case of maintaining survey participation and data quality, the ones I'd like to highlight is first the topic of data demand. Okay, the data demand isn't a constant. Okay, in fact, certainly in my experience, it's always growing. I've never experienced that it decreases somehow. It's ever increasing, and it's not just more data, but it's increased complexity of data. It's data that generates a clearer understanding of genuinely complex phenomenon in the real world, but also an increase in frequency. So you know, just as a starting point, the first theme I'd like to point to is that this is not a constant. Okay, it's not just about saying we have one survey, one source, one topic, and our challenge is to maintain response for that. That's not the challenge we face. It's about meeting an overall demand for data, which is ever increasing and ever more complicated. A second area where I think we need to try and find balance is the topic of data quality, which is a central theme of this particular session. And here our challenge is to either maintain or improve. But I think the point here is that that's not the natural state. If anything, data quality, if you leave it alone, probably gets worse, right? Because survey response is a challenge. And data quality in general is, I believe, under increasing pressure, at least from what we see from the ILO. Response rates globally are typically falling, right? And we have more complex data required, which means that our surveys have to be more complicated. So again, it's not a steady state of we're trying to capture the same information. It's like, no, we're trying to capture more complicated information at a time when getting response is more challenging. And the third area of balance I'd like to mention is about resource limitations. And maybe not just resource, but like the external environment for what we do is challenging, and resources are one part of that. In general, there are very few statistical offices in the world or statistical systems that I'm aware of where the amount of resources are generally increasing at this time, or even over time generally. So coming to the part about maintaining survey response, some issues I think we have, or challenges we have, is that the nature and range of labor statistics concepts mean that more often than not, we require data to be collected directly from individuals, okay? Yeah, if we think about how complex the things we want to capture are, so we want to capture information about the activities people do, their perspectives, right? Their motivations and so on. And we sometimes talk about, well, the possibility of other data sources. I don't think the public at large would be happy if we even felt said it was an idea that all of that would be on an administrative record somewhere, right? They actually wouldn't. You know, we somehow think it's like it's just one or the other. It's like, well, actually, people wouldn't be happy if all of their activities, perspectives, motivations were on some big administrative source, and then we could just easily tap into it. It's like, that's not reality. Reality is that even if that were technically feasible, we need to rely on survey sources that we can design to capture the type of information we need. A second issue here is that the complexity is growing in what we're doing, and I think that just reflects an increased complexity in the world of work itself. Raphael mentioned one concept this morning of dependent contractors. That's an evolution in the world of work where if we use our old methods to observe it, we won't actually capture it properly. So there is genuine increasing complexity in the world of work, meaning we have to get ever more complex or at least detailed in what we do. And you can really see this if you look at statistical standards over time, because more recent statistical standards have more detailed criteria, and they also propose more indicators. And that's a reaction to a more complex reality. And inevitably, overall, more data is needed, meaning that even a single survey is no longer a realistic option to meet all demands. Even if that was ever true, I'm not sure it ever was true, but it certainly isn't now. We heard a couple of mentions this morning of trust, and I think this is a really crucial issue. Again, like other things I've mentioned, it's not stable. It's not just something that stays the same over time naturally. In fact, if anything, it tends to move in the wrong direction. And the type of data we capture on labor is very highly sensitive. So jobs data, employment, unemployment data, this is highly sensitive data. So I think trust can be an even greater issue in our domain than it is in for some topics. And outside, we have competing data sources, we have misinformation, we have weaponization, politicization of data, all of which makes our job more challenging. So all of these different issues, I think, contributes to increased pressure on our data collection at the same time as we're facing increasing respondent fatigue and mistrust. So I think that's something of the context that we're operating in when we talk about trying to maintain survey response. Now, the wider but related topic of maintaining data quality that we're touching on in this session, here what I'd say is that every stage of the statistical life cycle impacts data quality. It isn't just about survey design, it isn't just about sampling. All of these things impact data quality, all the way from the very beginning of the cycle when we specify needs to the end when we would disseminate and communicate the information. But at least in my experience, some dimensions of quality and processes typically get more focused than others. So at least in our case, for example, in the ILO, I think we've devoted an awful lot of focus to questionnaire content, but maybe a little bit less to some other things that heavily impact data quality. And quality implications of some choices are often not even clear. I think, so for example, changing mode. We can't assume that that has no impact on data quality, but sometimes we just make these changes and we don't comprehensively study what the impact on quality is. And I think that's a challenge for us. Things like approach to proxy response management is also something. We have observed impacts on data quality from proxy response, but we don't write an awful lot about it, and proxy response is quite often significantly increasing in surveys. So as a response to that, I would say we need a comprehensive data quality management process, which is supported by evidence and analysis. But it's easy to say that. It's a whole other thing to put something like that in place, because it requires resources and it requires a lot of expertise. So with some of those comments made, there are some issues, I think, well, certainly that we'll hear about from our three speakers, but I think we should have in mind. One of them is, how do we improve processes to contact and convince respondents to participate in our surveys? This is with surveys in particular in mind. How do we improve the process to capture, process, and analyze data? So this would be content, mode, the way we undertake our interviews, and so on. How do we improve quality management processes throughout the life cycle? And as well, how can we think across the system? And Raphael mentioned interoperability this morning. And what I mean here is I think in a lot of statistical offices, there can be a tendency to think about one source at a time, because that's the way resources are allocated. One survey in one period, and we don't necessarily look across sources. So how can we do that effectively? And ultimately then, how can we plan and manage change as well? So I think these are some themes we should have in mind, and certainly some of what we're going to hear from our speakers. And finally, just as I have in the bottom left corner, certainly from my perspective, or from our perspective in ILO, it's absolutely crucial that we share country practices, because the ILO or no organization can take on developing and testing every methodological challenge in the world, but countries are regularly taking on these challenges and coming up with solutions. So we really have to share country practices as best we can, and events like this are a crucial opportunity to do that. So with that said, we are going to have 3 excellent presentations here today from the United Kingdom, from China and Japan. And I would like to pass over to the first presenter, who is Matt Hughes from the UK. I have a short bio I will read out if you give me a moment. All right. Laptops lock very quickly these days if you don't type in your password regularly. So give me 1 second. Matt Hughes is the Deputy Director of Social Survey Transformation at the UK's Office for National Statistics, with over 18 years of experience leading and modernising the delivery of high-profile social and economic statistics. His career spans major transformations in labour market, trade and investment statistics, including the end-to-end redesign of operational systems. Matt authored a series of influential articles assessing the impact of the global pandemic and EU exit on UK economic statistics, and led the development of an organisational design model that embedded a respondent and user-centric ethos across the organisation. As Programme Director for the Transformed Labour Force Survey, Matt is spearheading one of the most ambitious and strategically vital programmes in UK statistics. The TLFS programme is ONS's long-term response to the declining quality and sustainability of the legacy labour force survey, aiming to deliver a more adaptive, inclusive and technologically resilient data collection system. Under Matt's leadership, TLFS has evolved into a formal cross-office programme with clear governance and measurable objectives. So with that introduction, I'll hand over to Matt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very grateful for the introduction as well. Before I start, just to say a huge thank you to the organisers, firstly for inviting the United Kingdom to attend, and importantly inviting us to present as well. So a huge thank you to everyone involved. Personal thanks from myself. It's actually really nice to be here in person. I feel like I've spent the last at least 3-5 years of my career attending virtual presentations, looking at lots of lovely faces, but all on screens. So this is a massive opportunity to build connections and make friends, so thank you. As Kieran's kindly said, so I'm the Deputy Director for Social Survey Transformation, and I have the ambitious responsibility of being the Programme Director for the Transformed Labour Force Survey. So it's the Transformed Labour Force Survey that I'm going to talk to you about today. So probably from here on in, I'll refer to it as the TLFS, but if anybody's not sure with the acronyms that I use, please feel free to raise your hand. And it is the Transformed Labour Force Survey, so it's the TLFS that we're using or we're developing to address the participation challenges. So I'm sure, like lots of yourselves, we're very fortunate in the UK to have a very credible labour force survey. That survey has been operational for over 50 years. I don't think there are many surveys that can say that they've experienced sort of operations for greater than 50 years. But understandably, that comes with challenges. I think those challenges were accelerated during the global pandemic. And our response to addressing those challenges is to transform the labour force survey. So this survey will be online first. It's a redesign. It's voluntary, and I think that's important for us to remember. So our labour force survey and the TLFS are both voluntary surveys. The TLFS will be a complete redevelopment. So what we're not doing is copying the labour force survey questions and pasting them onto the Transformed Labour Force Survey. It's a complete redevelopment. And what I mean by that is that we will be looking at the concepts that are measured. And from those concepts, we will then design the questions that we need to ask. So that design will be respondent first. Like any good sort of design, it will start with that qualitative research, and this has been underway for quite some time. Then for us to evaluate the effects, the impact of that research, we've undergone a round of quantitative testing. The questions and the survey need to be relatable. We need to make sure that respondents understand the questions. Even more important with an online first, a digital survey. So it's important that those respondents know exactly what we're asking them so that they can respond accurately. What we have with the current survey is a very heavy face-to-face operation. And I think there's an opportunity there for the interviewer and the respondent to interact. What you don't have with a digital survey is that interaction. And that's why the design for us is critical and important that we get it right. And in doing so, our focus is on keeping the questions short and removing the jargon. And no small ask, but if we do all that perfectly, then we will get better quality data. I'm going to talk to you now a little about how we've been increasing participation and survey quality through the TLFS. This TLFS journey has been one that we've been on for over 8 years. It began in 2017, where we started to undertake a series of online tests. At this point, what we were looking to evaluate was, does this new design work? If it didn't work, then there was no point continuing with the transformation. We were looking at the response rates and how this survey was engaging, interacting with the public. 2020, the organisation, the UK, took the decision to operate a TLFS beta. So we went live with the TLFS. The reason that we did this was in response to the global pandemic. As I'd mentioned, the labour force survey was a face-to-face survey. With the global pandemic, our concern was we wouldn't be able to have that interviewer collection and we wouldn't be able to deliver high-quality labour market statistics. So we took the decision to operationalise an online version of the TLFS. We were very fortunate. We still were able to deliver the high-quality statistics from the LFS, but we still had this backup if it was needed. And then since 2020, we've been continuing to develop the TLFS. So I've got some examples on screen, but we've been looking to sort of introduce the full set of mode collections. And recently, up into 2025, in July this year, we introduced the shorter core survey. So we now have 2 parts to the TLFS. The shorter core, which is a labour market focused survey, and then a plus version of the survey, which is going to host all the other questions. Still extremely important, but we've taken the opportunity to prioritise the transformation and the development of the shorter core survey. That went live, or a test live, from July this year, and it's taken around 15 minutes to complete. Feedback from respondents is positive. I think they're enjoying the shorter version of the questionnaire, but as always, there's more they're asking us to do. If I can just focus on the design itself for a moment, something I'm confident you're all very familiar with, is design is continuous, so it's never going to end. We'll always have to evaluate and continue to sort of iterate that design going forward. If I start on the right-hand side of this slide, everything with the new TLFS starts in the survey design. So we look at the sample design and the specification that we need. Then with that information, we begin to consider what's the collection design? How are we going to collect this data? And from a stakeholder or a user perspective, what is it that those stakeholders, users actually need? So we bring those conversations with stakeholders and users right to the start of the design. So we can challenge, but more importantly, clarify exactly what is needed. Then we begin a series of research and development. That's where we develop the question. That's when we develop the questionnaire specifications. The TLFS is deeply complicated with lots of different routing through the questionnaire. So we begin to develop those specifications in terms of how we get to that information. And we think about that respondent material. So is this something that we need to capture upfront as part of a big change that we need to announce to the respondents? Is this additional guidance that we need to publish, we need to accompany each of the questions with? Then, with all that information, we've begun a series of build, test, and evaluate. We're testing the instructions. Is everything working against the specification that we've written? We then look at the data quality. Are we getting the quality of data that we expected? And if not, what do we need to do? What do we need to do from a specification perspective? What do we need to do from a questionnaire? What may we need to do in terms of guidance? That means we have to perhaps go back around that cycle before we can introduce those changes into collection. We've heard this morning already, and in particular for the UK survey, it's a voluntary survey. So for us, the big challenge we have is how do we incentivize our respondents to take part? Currently, every household receives a notepad at Wave 1. Appreciate it might not be very digital to share and offer everybody a notepad. But what we found in the testing is to include something in the envelope that accompanies that information to say you've been selected to take part in a survey, attracts or encourages that respondent to open the letter in the first place. We used to include tote bags, something that was quite squishy in the envelopes, although they were quite expensive. So we've now opted to include notepads. That's an unconditional incentive that we circulate at Wave 1. I should say we have 5 waves of collection on the TLFS. So if a respondent takes part, they will be in our survey for 15 months and interviewed or asked to submit their online responses 5 times. Everybody gets the notepad, regardless of if they take part or not. As a further incentive, we then offer a conditional £10 voucher. So if every member of the household completes the survey across every wave, then they will receive a £10 voucher. Really keen to hear what incentives work for yourselves, and if you can share some of those experiences, it would be helpful. I've talked about the survey being online, digital first, but we have a number of collection modes, and all of these are now operational as part of our trials. So our priority is online completion. But when we advertise to the respondent via a letter that they've been selected, we do notify them that they can phone in if they can't or if they don't feel comfortable submitting the questionnaire online. So we do have a telephone interview operation. What we don't have in the UK is a register of telephone numbers. So that information isn't available to us. We purchase a service where we try and get as many private household telephone numbers as we possibly can, but we don't have that information as a register readily to hand. Then, for those respondents who haven't completed online, who haven't telephoned us, a proportion of that sample will receive a knock to nudge. What a knock to nudge basically means is a face-to-face interviewer will be told, and I will explain a little about the design in a moment, to go out to certain private households. They knock on the door and they encourage them to take part. They don't actually complete the questionnaire with them on the doorstep. They encourage them to use the code that we've provided to take part digitally, or they can arrange a telephone interview so that they can carry out the interview with one of our telephonists. What we have experienced and we've been evaluating is, while Knock to Nudge works very well, we think there's a further opportunity where we can increase representativeness in the data. And in October this year, we're going to be introducing supported completion. So when that interviewer knocks the door, now, in addition to encouraging them to take up the survey online, they will have the offer to complete that survey on the doorstep. So working with the interviewer can guide them through the questionnaire. We believe now is the time to do this because we have introduced that shorter 15-minute questionnaire. If I move us on to talk about the participation and the quality challenges, like lots of yourselves in the room, I'm confident that partial responses is a challenge that we're all facing. I've already mentioned that our surveys are voluntary, so that's one overarching challenge that we face. But what we also face with the TLFS is a high proportion of our online responses are partials. And we have two parts to our missingness. The first is a household partial. So that's where one member, or at least one member of the household, hasn't fully completed the survey. And then we have an individual partial. So that's where the respondent hasn't provided data for all the questions that they've been asked. Now, we can use partial data, but it depends how much of that information is complete. It needs to be enough to derive economic activity status for us to be able to use that data. But what we also know is partial responses can cause issues with analysis of key variables. So in the TLFS, the disability questions are towards the end of the questionnaire. So they deal with quite a high level of dropout by the time we get to that data, which means analysis is limited for the disability questions. So it's really important that we try and bring down that missingness as low as possible to help ensure the questions towards the end of the questionnaire still have high quality and analysis available. Just wanted to give you an example of the response rates. So these are response rates from 2022 through to 2023. As you can see, so for each stacked bar, the top percentage are the response rates that we achieve for our TLFS. The blue denotes the full returns, and the green shows the partial returns. The two red circles that I've highlighted show where we had a step change in partial responses. That can be attributed to us introducing further changes. We made the questionnaire longer. That's what happened. And in doing so, you can see the impact it had on our partial responses. We are hoping, with the introduction of the shortened questionnaire, that those partials will begin to come down. But it is an area where we are continually focusing our efforts. I also wanted to touch upon the operational challenge. We've talked today around costs. Everybody's been asked to do more with less money. I also wanted to talk about coverage. So we have a very large sample size. There's over 700,000 households per year at wave 1. So we have 5 waves of collection. That equates to about 180,000 households per quarter. And as I mentioned, we now have the 2 parts to the survey. So if you break that down one further time, that's 90,000 for this short labour market focused questionnaire and 90,000 for the remaining questionnaire. What we do know with such a sizable operation is we can't follow up all those non-responding households. So we need to think about how to make the best use of our resources. And that's where our adaptive survey design is absolutely crucial. So if I just go through the steps, so the sample is drawn from an address index. That's filtered down to Great Britain, and it's filtered down into private households. Then we categorize the sample into the smaller groups with similar characteristics. We use or we look to previous survey data. We bring in administrative data sources. What we do know from the data that we've received is that there's an online response bias. That's towards white males, homeowners, and people aged over 45 years. We also get an unequal response distribution across urban, rural, and deprivation indices. What we use that adaptive survey design is to target those non-response follow-ups. So we can't follow up the survey with everyone, so we use the design to help us target who we need to follow up, trying to reach those hard-to-reach members of the community. So our resource focuses on urban areas, more deprived areas, and people aged under 45 years old. And that is exactly the data we give to those knock-to-nudge interviewers. That's the communities that they go out and get that information from. So they told very specifically who to go to so that we can ensure we get representativeness in our data. Finally, let me just say, well, is it working? Yes. By introducing this adaptive design, by introducing knock-to-nudge, we've increased our response by around 7 to 8 percentage points. We've increased the representation in the data, and we have seen a reduction in differences across those adaptive survey design categories. I've mentioned there's always more to do, and we're going to be introducing supported completion in October. So that's where those interviewers can help those respondents complete the survey online. We hope that is going to increase the response and the representativeness even further. I've included on this final slide some information, so appreciate, as always, there's a lot to share in a brief session. But if you have any further questions, I've kept some links up here. And I would encourage colleagues to have a look at our quarterly publications. These articles will provide you information as to how we're transforming the survey and what our next plans are. And if I could just leave you with one further next plan, as I said, the TLFS is always a continuous improvement. So what we're looking to introduce from 2026 is data rotation. At the moment, we ask respondents the same questions across all the 5 waves. What we're looking to do is to rotate that data through the later waves of collection. A better journey for the respondent, and hopefully it will increase participation in our surveys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Some excellent initiatives. I'm sure we all found interesting. I also very much appreciated the references to how you assess whether those are effective or not, because that can also be a challenge in addition to the changes themselves. Our next presenter is Shan Wu. Shan Wu is the Deputy Director General of the Department of Population and Employment Statistics of the National Bureau of Statistics of China. Currently, she is in charge of organizing and implementing labor force survey in China, and she is also responsible for evaluating, calculating, and publishing a wide range of labor-related data. Shan Wu has been engaged in population labor force surveys for 20 years and has written numerous analysis reports and proposed a wide range of policy recommendations based on official statistics. So, Shan Wu, you're very welcome, and over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Wu Shan from China, and the topic I will share with you is challenges and responses in China's labor force survey. is divided into 3 chapters. And chapter 1 is overview of the China labor force survey. Chapter 2 is challenges. And chapter 3 is relative measures. Begin with overview of China labor force survey. The survey coverages urban and rural areas in all provinces in China. And the sample size is about 340,000 households per month, covering about 21,000 PSU with 16 households surveyed per PSU. And the response rate is because in the first interview, all selected households are surveyed. If a sampled dwellings is not response, then replacement procedures are applied, so no vacant households are allowed. For repeated interviews, it means second, third, or the last, vacant dwellings are confirmed as such. So just leave it vacant. The replacement rate is about 5%. And the total response rate has remained at a relatively high level. It's about 1%. And here is the reason for maintaining a high response rate. First, the survey mode. Primarily, personal visits from a face-to-face interview. It means, in fact, it's pad-assisted personal interview. Over 95% of communities conducting face-to-face interviews, which significantly reduce the likelihood of refusals or non-response. If no one is at home, interviewees may conduct the interview by telephone, but it's a very low rate. The second is interviewer selection. We prefer select interviewers from community staff. So the interviewers are more familiar with residents, which will help them to reduce the resistance. And interviewers receive salaries from the state and additional allowance for survey completion. So it's also ensuring efficiency and accuracy. The chapter 2 is the challenges we meet today. The first one is increasing difficulties in gaining household cooperation, same with other countries. Although the overall response rate remains relatively high, but the difficulty of conducting household surveys in China has been increasing. Declining willingness of cooperation as well as low quality of proxy responses from family members have both affected the quality of survey data. First is declining cooperation. It's because of the growing awareness of privacy rights leads to increased resistance to survey. And the second is interviewers must spend more time persuading households to accept the interview, raising costs and the challenges from maintaining high response rate. Second one is proxy. Proxy reporting reduce accuracy. Proxy means when some household members are absent, others may often respond on their behalf. So we allow the proxy answers. However, proxies may not fully know employment details of the other family member. So it's leading to inaccurate answers, especially when parents respond for children, or when respondents change jobs frequently, or are in formal employment. So the next one is interviewers' performance directly affects data quality. We think the quality of data relies tightly on interviewers' conscientiousness, their understanding of indicators, or communication skills. Due to long-term work fatigue, interviewers may develop a tendency to finish the interview quickly, leading to non-compliance with survey protocols. First is weak adherence to survey procedures. Some interviewers complete questionnaires on behalf of households, so they just do the survey themselves, relying on the prior data they know. GPS data shows multiple households being surveyed at the same location. It means he didn't go to the household. Others incorrectly classify dwellings as non-response or replace the household without following up visits, even when utility records confirm occupancy. Second is non-standard interviewing. Some interviewers rush through surveys. For example, a standard questionnaire typically takes about 5 minutes, but the data shows a small number of interviewers only spend 2 minutes. The third is quality of certain survey items remain to improve. While long-term training for interviewers has improved data quality for core questions, I mean employment or unemployment questions, but some items remain challenging, especially for independent contractors or some other indicators. First one is occupational and industrial coding errors. Because this need technically demanding. Interviewers record job descriptions and the local statistical staff code them if, however, vague or oversimplified responses hinder accurate coding. And under-reporting of wages and income because they are private information and sometimes are very complicated indicators. the forces and the growing demand for diverse labor force data. Employment and unemployment statistics are receiving increasing attention in China. Public demand for diverse labor force with data continues to grow, such as monitoring employment quality and decent work, measuring the size, income, and social protection of new forms of employment and informal employment, assessing the impact of specific events such as American tariff policy changes, evaluating the effectiveness of employment policies. So chapter 3 is relative measures we take in China. First one is to enhance public awareness of labor force way. We conduct promotions through multiple channels, release promotional videos online platform like TikTok or WeChat, and display posters on buses, subway, and within communities. Distribute well-designed promotional presents to sampled households. The second is emphasizing legal obligations and privacy protection. Interviewers explain that participation is a civic duty and accurate reporting is legally required. They highlight that personal data is legally protected and any disclosure is strictly prohibited. Data are used exclusively for aggregated statistical purpose, never for individual identification, administration, or commercial use. So it's a guarantee. The second one is standardizing interviewer training and evaluation. Standardized interviewer guidance and training, because it's similar with other countries. And the second one is improve interviewer management and assessment. We establish a database of interviewers to check changes promptly. New interviewers must receive training before they begin their field work. Refine management procedures adhering to a system of training and then testing and then field work. Motivate interviewers by recognizing and awarding outstanding performers with bonus. The third is to strengthen data validation and review. Now we have comprehensive data review system. We establish a 5-tier review system: interviewer, district, city, province, and national. We decompose review tasks, clarifying responsibilities at each level, facilitate reviews from national down to the district level, cross reviews between district and training for local staff at national provincial levels on data review methods to improve the data quality. And the detailed review processes. We now have a unified platform monitors key indicators and fieldwork compliance, enabling immediate review of critical indicators and anomalies. It means mandatory review. If the logical relationship doesn't meet the review conditions, it can't be submitted to the platform. Second, we develop a multi-layered monthly evaluation system based on behavioral data, questionnaire data, and community summary data. It means that the platform, based on the pre-compiled logical conditions, prompts the staff that there may be something wrong and suggests re-examination. The third is an intelligent coding system now have been developed for occupational and industrial code, supported by a knowledge base built from hundreds of thousands of code records. And the third is strengthened data validation and review, multiple verification methods, including telephone follow-ups and field re-interviews. A national hotline conducts post-survey checks, verifying the interviewer's work and key indicators with sampled household. Initiate field checks based on platform alert or telephone follow-up results, providing simultaneous guidance on proper interview techniques. And the last one is improving survey data, meeting growing data needs. The first is optimizing questionnaires, revising core modules to include more questions on employment quality and informal employment. The second is supplementary surveys, conducting additional modules in certain months to collect more detailed labor market information. Thematic studies organize target surveys on specific topics like informal employment, flexible employment, and the effects of policy changes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, a lot of interesting topics there. You may have heard an audible response from the room when you said you had a 1% non-response rate. I think many people would be very, very jealous of that. But I think you also illustrated that you have to look beyond that, which I think is important. It's not just the non-response rate alone that determines survey quality. But I must also say it stood out to me, the 4 to 5 minutes average questionnaire time, with some interviewers achieving it in 2 minutes. That's, yeah. When you have a growing demand for data, it's going to be difficult to maintain really short average interviews like that. But thank you for some very interesting insights. So we have one more presenter in this session who I'll now move on to before our Q&A. We're now joined by Shunichi Shimokita. He joined the Statistics Bureau of Japan in 2000. His main experience is in the compilation, analysis, and publication of monthly and quarterly economic indicators, such as the Labor Force Survey, on which he has been working for 8 years, also the CPI for 5 years, GDP for 3 years, and the business index for 2 years. So a very wide range of experience. He also managed a comprehensive review of a household survey conducted every 5 years, then managed the implementation, compilation, and publication of the results from the survey. And he's been engaged with that for 5 years. He worked on the LFS from 2006 to 2010, and again from 2023 until the present. Even when the unemployment rate rose due to the Lehman shock in 2008, he headed up the monthly compilation and communication of the employment and unemployment data to the public. So thank you very much for joining us, Shinichi. It's over to you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, colleague. My name is Shinichi, and I'm a member of Stat Bureau of Japan. It's a great honor to be here today at this symposium. The title of my presentation is Declining Response Rates Boosted by Demographic Changes in Japanese Labor Force Survey, Steady Measures to Recover Response Rates. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to sharing our situation, Japanese Labor Force Survey, with you. The first, I'll introduce the outline of the Japanese survey. This survey investigates basic matters concerning employment every month. The survey target is household. The number of questions is 8 for employed, 3 for unemployed, and 2 for not in labor force with face questions. Sample size is 40,000 households based on the design. This survey is conducted by self-reporting and retention methods. In principle, our enumerators visit and explain to the sample households. But if it is difficult to contact the households, the questionnaires are dropped into letter boxes. A respondent can choose to have a paper questionnaire collected by our enumerator or to respond online. The law stipulates an obligation to respond. There are penal provisions. The next section of this presentation is status of response rate and demographic change. First topic of this section is changes in the response rate. Let's take a look at this chart. The number of records subject to tabulation. This serves as a proxy variables for the response rate. This trend suggests declining response rates. The decline was not triggered by any specific event, but rather a gradual decline over a long period, which may indicate some structural changes. Second topic of this section is attributes with low response rates. The attributes of household members who responded to the population census but did not respond to the JLFS are identified by comparing the census data with the JLFS data. Single, living in collective housing, renting a house, young people in their 20s, foreign nationals have low response rates. We also identified the age groups in which the response rate is declining on a monthly basis. In addition to the young generation, the recent decline is large for those aged 85 or older. The reasons for the decline in the response rate are examined from the perspective of demographic changes. In Japan, household size is shrinking. Then the number of one-person household is increasing. In parallel, there is a decrease in the number of households with married couples where only one spouse is working. The population is aging. The number of active household members aged 85 or older is increasing. And the number of foreign residents is increasing. The third section of this presentation is attributes of poor responses, their causes, and countermeasures. First topic of this section is household size and real income. A reduction in household size decreases the probability that our enumerators can meet with the households. The household absence rate is high for one-person households. Absence includes pretending not to be at home. Households are likely to stay away from suspicious visitors. In the case of dual income households, the main respondent may be busy balancing family care and work responsibilities and may hesitate to respond to the JLFS. The response period was set short because of the strongly required timeliness of the results announcement. Now, in April 2025, the deadline for online responses was extended. Then the response rates improved about 1 percentage point. Let's move on to the next topic, online response. The introduction of online responses as a measure against absence is effective to some extent. This is because we have confirmed that a certain percentage of households categorized as absent in the JLFS are, in fact, responding to the population census online. The average time required for the online response is only about 15 minutes. However, respondents may need to log in on multiple days as they are required to provide the actual hours worked per week. Previously, some households gave up answering because they could not log in successfully. Now, when the QR code is scanned by the smartphone camera, the response site is accessed and the response ID is automatically entered. Respondents only need to enter the password to proceed to the answer screen. This improvement was implemented in the survey conducted in August 2025, the last month. We expect that response rate to improve in coming months. Let's move on to the next topic, facilities for the elderly. 966,000 live in facilities for the elderly. For these households, the JLFS questions are simple because they are not in the labor force. It is often difficult for the person concerned to answer, but facility staff can respond as a proxy. And next topic is elderly living outside the facilities. Some elderly households do not have caretakers living with them. They are independent in daily life, but have no equipment or are unfamiliar with the operation of the equipment when answering online JLFS, and have difficulty answering by themselves when answering on paper due to decreased physical function. It is important for our enumerators to assist these individuals with their responses. The fifth topic is foreign nationality. The number of foreign residents has increased in Japan. It is difficult to request answers from new residents because many of them have difficulty communicating in Japanese, whereas most of our enumerators are available only in Japanese. The only thing our enumerators can do is somehow identify the language understood by the sample household and distribute the translated questionnaires. Many of the recent new residents came to Japan for employment purposes. Employers are sometimes asked to cooperate by answering on behalf of their employees, but they may doubt the accuracy of responses regarding working hours. Measures to facilitate answers by individuals, such as multilingual online answers, need to be taken. Now, we are preparing a multilingual login system. The next topic is deterioration of the survey environment. However, in today's presentation, I will briefly mention the following specific examples in Japan. That is, the text, decline in the function of the local community, deterioration of the perceived public safety, and heightened awareness of privacy and personal information protection. The seventh topic is young generation. The response rate among teenagers is relatively high, but it is low among those in their 20s. Many teenagers live with their parents who respond on their behalf. However, in their 20s, the response rate is low, as many people live in one-person households. of those in their 20s, social media seems to be an effective means of survey notice. However, in a random sample survey, it is necessary to identify the contact information of the residents of the surveyed dwelling units on social media. But in some cases, it is not possible to identify even the names of the residents in apartment buildings with high anonymity. Currently, the difficulty in contacting individuals in their 20s is high, and there are no effective measures in place. Let's move on to the next topic, public relations. The response rate of the JLFS increases when the population census is conducted. This suggests that the large scale of public relations in the census may influence the survey response, and that public relations are effective in responding. The final topic in this section is demand procedure. The survey participants are informed that they are obliged to respond if they are selected as a target, and that there are penal provisions. Training our enumerators is also important to prevent any trouble with the households when making demands. The final section of this presentation is effect on bias of results. The low response rate in one-person households may introduce bias to the JLF results, but the estimated bias is relatively small. The improvement rate is about 0.05 percentage points lower only. Similarly, the low response rate of foreign residents may introduce bias, but the estimated improvement rate is only about 0.04 percentage points lower. And sorry for these two, skipping these slides. And this is the final slide. Next steps. There are issues that are difficult to resolve by extending the existing response measures. For example, there are no effective measures against the low response rate of young one-person households in their 20s. We expect that various innovations will be realized as discussed at the plenary sessions. On the other hand, we recognize that the labor force survey will continue to play a role as a statistical survey that serves as a basis for the compilation of labor statistics. We believe that there is no change in the need for steady measures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Shinichi. It's, again, a lot of very interesting messages. I appreciated the mention of translation of questionnaires. We've certainly observed this to be a hugely important task in countries requiring multiple languages, and it's often not focused on enough, in fact, I would say. But so it's interesting to hear how you're managing to deal with that. And also the importance of PR, of public representation or public information around the census. I mean, that's a clear demonstration that it has an impact. And also on a personal level, a good reminder that you need to look beyond simple indicators, because I was worried when I saw that you had 26 slides that you were going to not be able to keep to time, but you were excellent. You kept the time very well. So yeah, we need to look beyond basic numbers when we're assessing things. So we have about 20 minutes for questions and answers before we finish this session due to the excellent timekeeping of our presenters. So I'd like to open the floor to any questions in follow-up, or if others would like to share their experiences about maintaining survey response or any challenges or solutions you've come up with, that would also be very welcome. So please just raise your hand and someone will come to you with a microphone. Yes, Francesca here from Italy. Well, you can introduce yourself. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Federica Pintaldi from National Institute of Statistica in Italy. I head of labor statistic, training statistic. Okay. My answer is for all the participants that are the interview are from Institute of Statistics or are employee of external company? Because in Italy I have to change from internal interview to external, and this change the control and the quality of employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will bring that to the presenters, but maybe just a follow-up question. When you say it has changed the quality, you mean worse or better? Worse. Okay, by moving to an external company. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe we'll gather a couple more questions. Howie, I see, and yeah, we'll come to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing all your experiences, great presentations. I have maybe a little bit of a philosophical question on the quality. Since we can't do with the limited resources, it's impossible to have the limited resource on one hand and has the best quality. We have to juggle between those. We've been talking a lot about fit for purpose quality, so I just want to hear from the panelists about your reflections on if you had to prioritize, what are the things you're willing to give away? During COVID, we see a lot of things happening quick, so timeliness is the most important element, and the others can go a little bit less. So I would like to hear a little bit now how you balance the discussion, and maybe for certain purposes, you have to strive for the highest quality. For certain other purposes, it doesn't have to be like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Howie. I did see a couple more hands. I see 3 more. Maybe I do that round and then we can take a second round. Yeah, please. There's a couple of people at this table here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Freire from Brazil. I'm curious about Japan. So how do you get a high response in the online survey? Because in Brazil we have much difficult to get information from online survey. We tried in the demographic census, and the response text was 3%. So I would like to know, I'm curious about what you do in Japan to get so high response online.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can just give it to the person next to you.
Yeah. Hi, Sean Crick from the Bureau of Statistics in Australia. It was really interesting to hear so many speakers today talk about the same groups where it's really hard to get responses from. And one thing I'm sort of curious about and keen for other people's views on, like younger people, trying to get them to respond. Is this something structural we're seeing, or are these young people going to be the ones in 20 years that are the Matt's best responders? Or is this a group that we're actually losing and we've got to take more action to try and retain? So, yeah, I was wondering people's views on that.
It's a very interesting question, actually. I hadn't thought of it. But yeah, will it go with them as a cohort, or is it something else? I think, Elisa, did you have your hand up as well? Maybe we just, sorry, yeah, to Elisa. And then we'll get some responses and see if there are other questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Very interesting also to hear the different strategies that you're using and what you're finding most important, and how also some of the challenges that you face are different. So I had a question for the UK, for Matt. You mentioned this respondent first design, and it's very interesting how it's turning around in terms of the approach. And I'm wondering if there are variants or nuances to that design when you're considering immigrant populations, for example. How are you making sure that they are also represented and participating? Especially also quite interesting to hear from Japan the challenges that they have around language. And with that also, of course, you have this approach of first web, and any issues around literacy, or you put a lot of emphasis on comprehension. So I'm wondering how you deal with comprehension around different communities that would have different use of language in a way. The other question I had was a bit more general. From China, Shan, you mentioned proxy being a challenge. And so I'm wondering, as we're also moving to more complex designs, more topics and thematics, to what extent is the Bureau of Statistics in China thinking around prioritizing direct respondents? Is that feasible? Do you have concerns about response rates going down if you are to prioritize direct respondents as opposed to proxy? And it would be interesting to hear from all of you around the proxy, issue of proxy, and being able to find the respondents, the selected respondents in the household. Thank you.
Thank you. So I propose we'll go through those questions first and then see if there are others. So the first question was from Italy. Do you have NSO staff doing interviews, or are they external agencies or employees? So maybe Matt, start with you on that. That's quite factual.
Yeah, so I can be brief. So they're employees for us, so they're NSO staff. However, how we recruit them has changed. So we historically recruited directly from our organization, and I don't think we did it very well. So our attrition rates was quite high, so we were losing those staff quickly. So we now use agencies and external organizations to help recruit the individuals into the organization. So by the time we onboard them, they're already trained, they're already familiar, but they are ONS members of staff.
Okay, thank you. Shan Wu, what's the situation in China with the interviewers? Are they employees of the National Bureau of Statistics, or are they external? The interviewers?
They are external. They are from committee staff.
Committee staff, local committee staff.
Yeah,
They're not employees of the National Bureau of Statistics.
It's not employees. It's just assistant.
Yeah.
It's not their main job.
It's not their main job. Yeah,
Yes.
I think I've heard this before. It's not their main job, but they are workers in the government, though.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
National Bureau of Statistics.
Yeah. It's their
specifically.
part-time job.
Their part-time job.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Shunichi in Japan, how is it? It should be on already, no? Yeah.
Okay. We have animators hired by local government, and for online we have a telephone call center. It's a public private company by.
Okay, so the call center is a private company that the Bureau of Statistics pays to do surveying. Okay, thank you very much. Now, a whole other question is what impact that has on quality, of course, these different arrangements, but I guess that's a whole other discussion. Now, coming to the question on quality from Howie, how do we find the right balance between different considerations, the issue of fit-for-purpose quality, and I suppose the tricky question of what are you willing to give away, when it comes to balancing between timeliness, cost, the amount of detail. So I'm sure everyone would have something to say about that, but who would like to volunteer to take on that question about balance between different considerations? Anyone? Shunichi, any thoughts from Japan on this?
We shortened 3 days, 3 days for response date. It's a review for the check process and to response process. It's we introduced the agile style. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Matt, do you want to add something on that?
And I suspect at the moment for the Transformed Labour Force Survey, my perspective is a little different because we're not using the data currently for headline labour market statistics. We're still in a development phase. But we've been very clear in those conversations that quality will come down to trade-offs. So there are some non-negotiables, I think we would all agree. So in the core labour market statistics, we've already prioritized. We have to focus our evaluation on employment, the headline estimates. But to do that, we have to have trade-offs. So these are the conversations we've been having with our external users to allow us to focus on these core statistics. What are your trade-offs? So just using the example of the industrial occupational classification, we've had conversations and agreement with our users that at the point of transition, so when we begin to use the TLFS for labour market statistics, we may be in a position where the quality of industry and occupation data is guaranteed a 2-digit, but we may still be developing the quality for the lower digits of classification. So that's an example of, it's a trade-off. But I think the most important thing is have the conversations because, as you say, we can't do everything. We've got depleting resources and additional demands. So we focused on protecting the core, but just agreeing what those trade-offs are.
Okay, thank you very much. Shanwu, please.
Yeah, I think same with Matt. We should touch it on core questions. For example, employment or unemployment is most important in China because government or public, they are care about the unemployment rate. And it's our main purpose of LFS. But for some additional purpose, some other information, we can use supplementary surveys, a few people, or, we can use telephone for focus survey. Yes, that's all.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not sure we're always very good at explaining the trade-offs, actually. Just people don't think there's any consequence to adding more questions or, that doesn't cost anything. I think some countries are better at making that clear than others. That's, again, also another interesting additional topic. So there was a question from Brazil about how to get high online response, that you managed to get 3% on some survey. What I've heard across different countries is it is better for certain groups than for others. So you might only get 20% overall, but you might have done well in younger age groups. So it's a good part of an overall strategy, but it can be difficult to get high overall response through online only. But that's something I've heard. But for anyone in the panel who'd like to talk about how you get good online response, I'm very happy to hear your thoughts. Shunichi, please, go ahead.
I think training for enumerators is very important. Our enumerators, most of our enumerators are 60s or 70s. It's high generation, and they are afraid for online response system. But it is necessary to take the time training the enumerators, and our online response is certainly higher than past.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got about 3 or 4 minutes left, so I'm just gonna, we've got 2 questions I'd like to still get to. Sean, I thought your question was really interesting. does younger people having lower response rates now mean that 20 years from now they're still going to have lower response rate, or will it improve because it's just something that improves with age? Like many things, of course. That's an interesting question. I don't know, does anyone have a feeling about that? Is this a time bomb waiting to happen, or what is it? Sorry, Matt, please go ahead.
So I'm happy to give my views. So we can't afford for it to be a structural change. So personally, we have to act now. I think I said in my presentation, so we've got a very compliant, older age set of respondents on the TLFS. And we were hopeful with the shortened survey. We were hopeful with it working very well with mobile technology. And we were hopeful with the introduction of QR codes. Probably less hopeful with the notepad. But putting all those things together, we were hopeful that that would target that younger population. It's helped. I think there's more we need to do. So I don't think we in the UK can lean back and say we've done enough. I think there's more that we need to do. We've shortened our survey, but I'll be honest with you, I think if we can shorten it even more to try and reach out to that younger population will be helpful. And some of the other ways, use of technology, data rotation. I think there's more to come that hopefully will target the younger population. But personally, I don't think we can accept the structural change. I think act now is probably what we would do.
Thank you very much. And then with 2 minutes left, just the last questions from Elisa. The first part was more directed to you, Matt. It was about respondent first design. And do you make changes, for example, for groups like migrants in that design, or is it just a fairly consistent strategy for all respondents? And similarly then with Web First, how you're assessing issue or dealing with issues around literacy and comprehension in the Web First approach. Thanks.
So at the design stage, the focus is on reaching out to a community. So focus groups are where we really sort of target is this design going to work for the diversity and the culture that we have in the UK. And that's what we try and focus on, is making sure that we get the breadth and the depth that we need in those focus groups. So we're building in that acceptance of the design diversity from the outset. Different use of languages, so we do translate our surveys, or we have a plan to translate the TLFS. The LFS operationally is translated, and they have interviewers who can host the interviewers in a number of different languages. But of course, the big advantage that we have on the TLFS to reach out to the diverse communities that we are proud of in the UK is that knock to nudge. So there are communities that are harder to reach, and using knock to nudge, using that adaptive survey design is how we're getting out to the fullest range of community.
Thank you. And as we're just about on time limit, one last question then to Shanru from Elisa. Was about the issue of proxy response when we have more complex topics to deal with and more data demand. And so how is the National Bureau of Statistics thinking about this issue of direct versus proxy response? Do you have any plans about it?
Simply, I think we use proxies to improve the response rate. If we don't use proxies, we do not have so high response rate. But meanwhile, proxies decline the quality of data. But I think to have is better than you don't have. So we can improve the quality of data. I mean, rectify the wrong data with technique methods such as evaluate or review or something else. But you have some basic data of the person, then you may have more data of the person using technique methods. Yes?
Okay, well, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of things we can follow up on bilaterally, but as we're at time, we'll stop it there. I'll take note of one line from one of your slides, which was you have a multi-layered evaluation system, including behavioral data, questionnaire data, and community summary data, which I think would probably be useful for having an entire presentation on that alone. It sounds very interesting. So I want to thank all of our presenters. We're going to have a short break now. We're a couple of minutes over time, so I guess we should still be back in about 8 minutes. Or, well, I'll leave you to do that announcement. But thank you to all the presenters.
Like Mr. Walsh say, we're going to have 10 minutes break, so please don't go too far away, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics will resume shortly. We kindly ask all the participants will take their seats in the event hall. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. This symposium is also broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via our symposium website at kostat-ilo.org. Please select the live streaming menu to watch sessions online. Once again, we'd like to invite all symposium participants to proceed inside and take their seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics is beginning shortly. We kindly ask all the participants to proceed inside and take their seats. We're waiting for, as you can see on the stage, one of the speakers. So we would highly appreciate your understanding for this unexpected delay. Welcome back to the symposium. We will now begin session 2, titled Survey Modularization and Integration for Work Statistics. This session will be moderated by Ms. Elisa Benes, head of the Rights, Migration, and Skills Statistics Unit at the ILO Statistics Department. She's joined by Hanna Styczeleska from Statistics Poland, Denis Freire from the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, and Sean Creek from Australian Bureau of Statistics. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you, and thank you for being back to have this last session of today. As me, I'm sure some of you are feeling the jet lag. I certainly am, but I hope we'll try to keep it lively for you. And I think this is one of the very important issues that it would be good to have a reflection as we think around how do we modernize surveys for the future. Because we're dealing with how do we handle the range of data demands and topics that we are being asked to generate information on. And so as with the previous session, I will give a bit of an overview of what is some of the thinking that we're doing at ILO and where we think we would appreciate very much that collective reflection and sharing of practices so that we can start putting a vision towards the future of how do we support countries and how can we share those good practices that are helping our surveys be fit for purpose, maintaining quality, but also addressing a wider range of demands. So let me get familiar with the tools. So here we are. So we talked already around the issue of survey data quality, how this is an evolving issue that we need to manage despite rising cost, issues with respondent burden, and of course, what this means in terms of the data quality. And we talked that one of the important factors that is coming into place is also, of course, that growing demand for data. We're starting to have, of course, we've always had at the core of labor force surveys and labor force statistics, the need for data to monitor the labor market. So really our high frequency data on employment and unemployment, where we have an expectation already really from users that that data should be available monthly and it should be high quality and really able to give us that information on trends and really signal when something is changing in the labor market. At the same time, we have more and more demands for having a better understanding of working conditions, having understanding of how the structure of our labor market is changing, and what kinds of new types of forms of employment or issues are emerging that need to be addressed also over a prolonged period of time to ensure that workers have decent employment conditions, that we address those aspects as well. Of course, more and more we're dealing with specific populations. We know persons are integrated into the labor market in different ways and experience different barriers. So needing also that our service systems are also needing to be able to generate data that informs more tailored policies for different populations, whether it's youth coming out of the education system and going into the labor market, a group that we're saying we're losing in our surveys, but it's very important for policy for that integration into the labor market. But also migrant groups. Many of the countries here are facing growing migrant populations in their labor markets. And facing aging. So we will have in the future to deal also more and more with migration and in the labor market and how do we make sure we have data about how they're integrating into which type of jobs, in which industries, and under what kind of working conditions. We also heard earlier in the morning about local area statistics, demand that is more localized so that it can be more direct in terms of informing public policy. And that is a big challenge for surveys, of course. So how do we grapple with these data demands in a way that allows the surveys to be maintained with good quality, but also providing a range of information that we need? And so what do we see towards the future? We need to start thinking about how do we operate, not having a one rigid survey that is run every so often, but rather really a system that allows us to meet those thematic demands in a way that is more suited to the phenomenon, the frequency with which the data is needed, and in terms of allowing to have consistency where we're using our different survey mechanisms, let's say, in a more integrated way. And so this is where I want us to reflect this afternoon. How do we build what that system should look like, where we do have our current labor force survey, but also maybe possibly a bit more integrated or consistent with other major surveys that have been specified in the National Statistics Office, and with a system of thematic modules that might be providing data that is needed on a less frequent basis, but that would need to complement our high-frequency data needs, and addressing, as we said, different groups, different thematics, different challenges in terms of design. So this is where collectively we need to think around what's working, what is working, how is your system evolving in your home country, and what is working that we can share more globally in terms of for those countries that are looking to advance their systems as well. So some of the considerations that we have been thinking around, but also have come up already in our previous sessions, have to do, of course, starting always with the user data needs. What is really that is being put on the high agenda in your country at the global level through the ILC, but also the International Labour Conference, and also the International Conference of Labour Statisticians. This is how we also receive signals of what is high on the policy agenda in terms of labor issues. Just to say, this has also been growing tremendously in terms of the topics and the range of thematics that we need to address from our side in terms of giving those developing those statistical standards and the tools that will help countries implement. To give you an idea, at the moment, of course, digital platform employment is one of the core topics that we're developing, but we have others. Care work, it's moving also more. We've had already standards to identify, but really as a system that addresses the needs for policies around care work, we need to come up with that framework. And so that's ongoing work. We're also been tasked to update the standards around labor migration, to not just focus on migration, but also cross-border mobility, more dynamic labor markets with populations that stay for shorter periods of time, but also incorporating the perspective of digital nomads, international remote work. So this has been a high demand that we're active on, but we also have work that has been requested to update our standards on occupational safety and health, on work-related violence and harassment, on skills and work-based learning. So it's a quite range of topics with quite different needs, and some of which will draw on surveys as a core source. So that's an important element, thinking about which are these thematics that are priority and when the survey is the right or an appropriate tool to be used. That means also looking at the alternative sources that might fit in some of the information needs that might need to be thought through more as a system of integrated sources. And then, of course, looking at what it means for that survey, for that topic, how frequent do we need to have data, depending on how dynamic that topic may be. Maybe it's an issue that evolves slowly, and therefore we need more structural information at certain intervals, but based on the prevalence of the events. Maybe there are seasonality issues that need to be taken into account of when we introduce the topic and how we do it. Population, do we capture these populations through our surveys, or do we need to do something special in order to reach this population in a way that is representative? And of course, once we know these elements, we need to really look at, can these topics complement each other if I have them in a survey? And this issue of qualitatively assessing topic, let's see if a topic is impacting the measurement of another one in a survey. Are they sensitive, and therefore we need to decide that they need special protocols for the field operations, or for example, for when the order in which the thematics are addressed in a survey. So these are quite a number of the considerations that we think need to then be put on the table, because they have implementation of impact on the type of requirements that we will need to have in order to have a good quality survey system that is interoperable. Maybe sometimes There'll be a short module to cover some topics, but the main thematic for that survey, let's say there is an independent survey. I'm just thinking, for example, time use surveys that have their own methodology, but there might be a module that is added on in between years to that specialized survey to cover some aspects of that topic that need to be integrated with a labor force survey, also, for example, to support more analytical power, let's say. Implications in terms of the master frame and the need for supplementary frames, for example, in the case of migrant populations, we talked about populations that might be living in collective quarters, that might not be in our standard households. And then how do we manage all of these groups? We need to have really those systems that give us, that allow us to do case management and follow the various groups, have common unique identifiers when we need to merge data, and of course all the aspects of in terms of field operations. And of course then afterwards, how do we recompose the data to be matching to population totals in terms of having special calibrations and so on. So there's a lot of thematics that come into consideration when we're trying to think about the survey, not as a single instrument that is running constantly, but really as a system of modules that brings different questions to be able to produce that data with different frequencies. So what I'd like us to spend our time in this session, as we hear from our panelists, is what is that? How does that modernized architecture for a labor force server or system look like that would address the needs for work data on various aspects of the world of work? What are some of those desirable features, and what that means in terms of the requirements that we need to have that modernized survey system, so that we can meet both our high-frequency core indicator data on employment and unemployment for short-term monitoring, but also that annual structural characteristics, and then the more specific special topics that might have to come in a less frequent basis, but that where we want to have some assurance of periodicity so that policymakers can follow up on trends. And then how do we build in also in such a system the flexibility that we need for special emerging topics? We've heard already about COVID. We've heard about the impacts of current trade policies on the economy. So how do we make sure that in that system we also still have flexibility? And in a way that would allow us to integrate across sources so that we can have multi-domain analysis as well. Of course, always maintaining that quality and confidentiality and ethical use of the data. So I leave you with those points, and without more, I move to our presenters. So we're gonna start, we're gonna have experiences from 3 different regions of the world. We'll start with Poland, then we'll go to Brazil, and we'll end with Australia. So moving to Poland, we have Hanna Strzelecka. She is coming from Statistics Poland, where she serves as the Vice President for Social Statistics. She has been with Statistics Poland for 31 years, both at regional level as well as at the headquarter office. And throughout the majority of her professional life, Hanna has focused on labor market statistics. I really know Hanna from my early years also in this topic. I think 20 plus years now in the ICLS process towards standard setting. She continues to be actively engaged in multiple international working groups and meetings on social statistics, both at the European and global level. So Hanna, you have the floor.
Does it work? Oh. Too quickly. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is the afternoon session and the last one, but let's hope not the least, and you will not fall asleep. We'll try to give you some motivation to ask even some questions at the end of the day. So my presentation will have some points. Firstly, I will start with some recent challenges that the labor market statistics has met. Some description of the EU LFS, what for not all of you is known because you come from different parts of the world, and the European one is quite strictly regulated. And about the revision of this LFS on the European level, what caused some implementation of core social variables and the changes in modulus approach. Finally, about some experience on the Statistics Poland level, how we implement this module approach, and about our national modules that we also have to LFS, and some conclusions. So I think that everyone in this room has already met some problems with labor market data that are needed urgently. Some were even today said before. So all of you know about this detailed analysis for specific groups. Also, Elisa said something before. For example, we would like to know more about younger people, about elderly people, especially in Europe when we face aging population, but I also heard today that Korea also has the same issue. And that's why it is more important to actively motivate elderly people to be more active on the labor market longer. We also face new phenomena like digital platform employment, which was also today mentioned. But for example, green economy, it is another issue that we know that it's now more important, and also labor market statistics should give some information on that. There is also the need to use other dimensions to analyze labor market data, not only labor market data, but for example, health data cross-tabled with labor market data, because we would like to know, having elderly people, we want them to be more active, but we know they could have more health problems. That's why it is another issue that labor market statistics faces. And this what was mentioned also before, and we know it is more and more urgent issue concerning labor market statistics, is the increasing labor migration. We also face it now in Poland, what was not the case some time ago, but now because, for example, the Ukrainian war, we also face this issue in Poland. So, is the European Union Labour Force Survey able to deliver data on new user needs? I will tell you a little bit about this European Labour Force Survey, which is regulated on the European Union level, and all member states who are the members of the European Union are obliged to deliver some data in concrete record, concrete data, even in 8 weeks after a quarter. So it is a survey which is a continuous one. It is done every quarter in every week of the year, so there is no break, like in some other countries. And we have quite a big sample, quarterly sample. There is a need to have infra-annual rotation scheme. In Poland we have 2-2, so every household participates in LFS in Poland for 2 quarters, then they have 2 quarters break, and they again come back for 2 quarters. And the statistical population covered by the EU LFS is the all persons having the usual residence in private households. What it means? It means that those people who live in Poland, thinking about Poland, live in Poland at least for a year, or they plan to live at least for a year. So, of course, we do not cover people with short-term migration in the EU LFS. Of course, countries, they can do more if they want, but for the EU obligation, we have to deliver data for this population. And since the changes in the EU LFS that was implemented in 2021 with the new integrated European Social Statistics Framework Regulation. It has changed, and for example, this employment data concern only population aged 15-89. It was for purpose done. It was decided on the European level to limit this age group because of this, to have less responsible burden, not to ask people with the age 90 and more. And within this implementation of the new regulation, there are core social variables that are common for different domains. I will also tell about it later. And we have now some regular and some ad hoc modules as a part of the EU LFS. If you would like to know more about this regulation, you have it cited on that slide. I will not read it, but this regulation was done for purpose to increase the data quality of social statistics and its comparability both across EU member states and across domains in social statistics. That's why there are now the integrated framework regulation covers 7 domains, which were previously, let's say, 7 different surveys. For example, we know labor force is a domain, but we know it is labor force survey. But income and living conditions, it is the EU SILK survey in the European Union. Time use survey, you know, but consumption is a household budget survey. And all those are now covered by one common regulation, what also helps, for example, for some countries to have something like common framework or even integrate some surveys in one big survey. What is really useful for the analysis and data linkage is that we have now 19 variables which are common for all of these domains. So they are in the same structure, they have to be delivered the same data within all these 7 domains. And these variables are listed here. They cover not only some, let's say, basic data like sex and age, but also the information about the household structure, about education attainment, and what was added also for the migration purposes is the country of birth of the father, country of birth of the mother. Oh, sorry, I forgot to change. Okay, thanks, Alice. So these are 19 common social variables. And we also have this, what is really important, I think, for thinking about the labor market analysis. It is the status in employment in the main job, what would have to be covered also in other domains. And it allows to analyze this data and, of course, the main activity status and full and part-time job. Of course, it is self-defined. It is not the same like what we have in LFS, but it can also help to analyze the data among domains. And thanks to these changes in the legislation, there were some positive changes concerning EU LFS. Before the revision of the EU LFS, there were some modules, they were even called ad hoc modules, but some subjects were repeated. But in fact, the subjects were only repeated, but the variables could change among the successive edition. So it was really a tough work even for member states because we didn't know exactly what will be for the next year. So it prolonged the process. Now we have selected 6 modules from these previously realized in the European Union. These 6 modules are regular ones. They are repeated every 8 years, and they should stay, let's say, stable. It's not, we are not sure if they will be totally not changed, but we plan to not to do really some small fine-tunes if needed. Thanks to that we have 6 regular modules every 8 years, we have the span for ad hoc modules, which are done in Europe every 4 years. These ad hoc modules are realized to give the possibility to cover some new needs that can be presented by mainly, let's say, European Commission, unfortunately. I can say here because member states maybe would like to have more influence what topic is covered by this ad hoc module. It is not so easy to push some topics by countries, but we fight for that. I will tell later why. It is also important from the national level. So finally, the EU LFS covers 9 broad topics, covering in total 91 variables, besides 24 technical ones. So you see, it is quite a long survey. Thinking also about this, that one variable is usually not translated into one question. So it is because they have some complicated filters, so some population have to be find out, and that's why we have more than one question for one variable. We have, hopefully, not all variables are quarterly needed by European Union. There are some quarterly, 44 as you can see. There are 23 yearly, biannual 11, and 3 are derived from those previous ones. Why we have now yearly and biannual? They were selected as not so changing so quickly. That's why we don't need to collect them every quarter. Of course, countries can do what they want. For example, in Poland, we still yearly and biannual variables collect quarterly because it is not easy to move to a new way of data collection. You have to remember about data calibration of the results and the national user needs, but we plan to change it in future because now we face it is a too long survey, especially for telephone interviewing. All modes, as you can see, are allowed. In fact, PAPI, of course, it is used only just in case it is not a standard now in member states. And I think the most popular is CATI, but CAPI and CAVI. CAPI is still existing and CAWI is spreading, but not so quickly. For example, also like my colleague from Brazil said that it is not so popular in Brazil. It is also not so popular in Poland, and we still haven't implemented it in LFS, thinking about the different drawbacks. Proxy interviews are allowed, also because of the problems with the response rate, which declines quite quickly. And I said before, we have only 8 weeks to deliver this data to Eurostat. So finally, we have regular modules which cover these topics. So we have 6 topics, and what is included in the regulation, these modules could not cover more than 11 variables. It was before set like that, and we fight it not to have much more because we know it complicates also the survey. And we have now realized 2. We have 1 ad hoc module realized already in 2020 concerning job skills. Next year we'll have digital platform employment in the European Union, and now we discuss the topic for 2030. And it was a big fight with on the European level because they pushed us to have some climate changes data, but in fact, what was the discussion with the users, so with the European Commission, what they started to ask was really not suitable for LFS. They wanted very difficult subjective information, and so we also have to talk to what was said today in the morning. We have to talk to our policy makers, what they really want and what really we can deliver, in fact, via this household survey. And how we implement this survey in Poland. Every module in Poland and also in other countries, now it is due this revision of the regulation, every module has to be spread throughout the whole year. Previously it was realized in one quarter, usually in the second quarter of the year. Now it is spread on the part of the LFS sample throughout the whole year. In Poland it is on the first wave, so when we meet the household for the first time, at the end, usually at the end of the core LFS, we have some extra separate section concerning module LFS. And of course this also has some positive and negative effects on what we can collect, and what positive effects of this module approach is that we also can collect some extra information, not having an extra survey. We can add it just to the very comprehensive survey as it is LFS. But of course, some, for example, if you want to collect more information about migrants, probably there should be a specific sample, not only LFS sample, but maybe some extra sampling should be added to have more migrants covered. And there are also some, but there are positive aspects like less costs, less burden on respondents, less burden on our interviewers. Having these regular modules every 8 years, we can have some longer term analysis. And what is bad having these modules, it is that sometimes there is a limitation of this small population. For example, in Poland, thinking about digital platform employment, we really have doubts if what we will have the results, because it is still not so popular in Poland. That's why we will probably can be able to disseminate very few data, as it was also the same with this migrant information in 2021. And that makes it problematic from the national point of view, because we have to adjust what the European Union demands. Not always it is the case what national would like to cover. But nationally, in fact, we had national LFS modules implemented since 1993. So even before joining the EU, we had our own national LFS modules. They were organized with cooperation with the National Employment Office. They had some special needs. They had also money, so it was good because we could pay extra money for our interviewers. They had some incentives to fight for this data. We tried to repeat them just the same every 4 or 5 years. And it was mainly done for our national needs. And now, because of the European modules, we had to limit number of national modules, but we still have 2 realized now. One is unregistered work, and the second one is voluntary work. I will give you a small description of this module of voluntary work. We decided to implement it in 2009 because of some methodology that was created on international level. You can see how the methodology was evolving. And in fact, in 2011, we had first edition of this volunteer work module, and the fourth edition is planned for 2027. And our module is based on these international standards. We cover quite a broad range of information, and it is very useful for this non-profit satellite account. We use this data, and it is very useful to have it as a module to LFS, because we can use firstly this sample. We can use also a lot of information which is collected simultaneously in the LFS. For example, we can know if the person who does the volunteer work is normally working or is inactive on the labor market. We can describe, we can have cross-tabulation with all the variables collected in the core LFS. And it, of course, helps to have cheaper costs, less problems with organization, but we decide to organize it only, you can see we have 3/4 of the quarterly samples, so we exclude the first wave where we have the European module. We don't want to overburden the respondents. So it is very useful to have it, and I think it is a good approach to collect some extra information on the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you for giving that perspective of both the national level demands and priorities, but also the requirements that come as part of being member to the European Union, and showing the richness of what you can achieve in terms of thematic breadth when you have modules, but also the challenges in terms of balancing national versus multi-country domain. I think also what I found quite interesting is this, and I think it's very valuable, is thinking around the multi-domain analysis and having these agreed common variables that then are integrated in various surveys so that you can enhance that integration. So thank you for that. Our next speaker is Denise Freire from the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, IBGE. Denise is a senior researcher, and she has worked in this capacity since 1997 with IBGE, doing analysis on various topics, but particularly focusing on social indicators and labor market statistics. So Denise, I invite you to the floor.
I can pass here. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Denise Freire. I am from IBGE, as Elisa said, and I really appreciated her invitation to be here today. And I will speak about the continuous PNAD, that is the Continuous National Household Sample Survey in IBGE. But before I speak about this specific survey, I need to say that it is part of a system of household surveys. So we create as the other statistical institutes around the world, IBGE also faced the challenge of meeting the growing demand for more detailed and frequent information on new topics while managing limited resources. The IBGE responded by adopting the SIPG, that is a system that integrates the planning, execution, analysis, and dissemination of all household sample survey results. This system allows to optimize resource and meet demand more efficiently compared to previous isolated surveys. But one of the main challenges of this system is to optimize the allocation of the thematic models among the different research projects, in addition to standardizing process, methodologies, and training. The length planning process of the system, the SIPG, which culminated in the implementation of the continuous PNAD, the continuous survey of labor statistics in Brazil, starts in 2011 on an experimental basis and definitely in 2012. It included 15 forums held every 6 months since 2006 with research from other institutional and government agents and universities and many other actors, and the social, and from the social. And continuing, what were the motivations for this system at IBGE? To research on new topics, because I will explain later, because we used to have 2 surveys, one monthly and another annually. So we transformed these 2 surveys in one, that is the continuous PNAD. So we created a system because we need to research new topics, we need more frequent periods for the existing topics, because we had one survey that gave results monthly, but only for 6 places of the country. And another survey that offered results for more, not only for Brazil, but also for the districts, once a year. So we created the system to give more frequent periods for existing topics. So with the system, we could offer information more frequently. We could include longitudinal research, and also standardization of concepts and indicators produced by IBGE. Not each survey had each concept. No, so with this system, we could standardization of concepts, household characteristics, resident characteristics, education, employment, income, etc. So now we'll talk specifically about the National Continuous Household Sample Survey, the continuous PNAD, the specific survey for the labor market. The objective of this survey is specifically to measure quarterly fluctuation in the short, medium, and long-term evolution of the labor force, as well as other information necessary for studying the country's socioeconomic development. It replaced with an updated methodology, the National Household Sample Survey, the old survey of the labor force, the labor market, and the monthly employment survey that we had. This new survey replaced both surveys. Because the old PNAD, the old survey, was nationwide and conducted once a year, as I has already said, while the PMA was monthly employment survey, was monthly and restricted only to 6 metropolitan regions. So we just have once a year information for Brazil, which was the unemployment rate in Brazil. We just have once a year with the old survey, which was the level of the occupation in Brazil or in each state of Brazil. We used to have only once a year because the monthly survey offered information only for 6 regions, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Belo Horizonte, not for Brazil. So this new survey observed the demands of these 2 surveys. One was conjunctural, monthly, and the other was structural, with structure indicators, but it was annual. And this new survey, the National Continuous Survey, has quarterly workforce indicators and annual indicators on ongoing complementary topics such as other forms of work, child labor, information and communication technology, and etc. So we have now monthly information. Pass one. Here. We have, with the new survey, monthly, a restricted set of workforce-related indicators for the geographic area of Brazil. Okay, just for Brazil, but we have monthly. Instead of before, we just have once a year. Quarterly. In monthly, we use mobile quarters. So we give information in March, but with information that was collected in January, February, and March. When we disseminate in April, we use information collected in February, March, and April. The quarters are mobile. And quarterly, you disseminate a set of workforce-related indicators for all research dissemination levels. So every quarter, we disseminate information, not only for Brazil, but also for the states. And annually, undergoing research topics and indicators complementary of the workforce. And also we have some variable topics with ongoing topics to be researched more frequently, so the other information that could variate. The sample of the, Elise is helping me passing. The sample of this survey utilizes the rotation schedule. So a home is visited 5 times with an interval of 2 months between the visits. So once per quarter for 5 quarters. So a home is visited in January, and after it will be visited in April, and July, and October, and in January. So we have the sample has a rotation. But when we arrive here in the 50th visit, we have just 20% of the sample of the beginning. No, in each quarter, we lose around 20% of the sample. I think that I can pass one more that will be more clear. So this is the system that we have for the household service in IBGE. The IPG core, so all the survey have asked for sex, age, color, or race, household composition, education level, summary of work. The continuous PNAD survey core is the full work and income. Okay? She has 5 visits, 1 per quarter. Okay? In each visit, we include information from some topics. For example, in the first visit, we do some questions about habitation and other incomes from that house. In the second visit, we ask for tourism, because we have an accord, a convention with the tourism ministry. So every second visit, we ask also about tourism. And the others visit can vary, the theme. And the 50th visit, we ask for other forms of labor, child labor. So in each visit, we have some topic to specify besides the topic of labor market. This other part is about the dissemination. Okay? So the second quarter, in the final second quarter, we disseminate information about education. Besides the information of labor market statistics, we produce an informative oratory about education. In the third quarter, we produce informative about digital platforms. And the fourth quarter, about information, technology, communication, and about food security. So, besides the information about labor market statistics, we also utilize this survey to ask about these other topics, utilizing the models with education, digital platform, TIC, and so on. We do have other surveys in this system of the household, like the consumption expensive survey, the National Survey of Health, and the reproductive survey. So we utilize this system to give more information, and certainly the national, the continuous PNAD is the survey that we more utilize to give information about new topics, new information about, mainly about ongoing information that we need. I will talk, for example, this part is the conclusion, but I will, as this figure is here, I think it's good to say now. For example, in the fifth visit, we always ask about other forms of labor, but we used to have a lot of critique from the results of this survey, specifically in this part, that was not enough, that was not good for the policies, the public policies. So, since 2024, we work changing this part of this questionnaire. So we did not create a new model. We changed the questionnaire in this part because it was not attending for public policies. And we produced a new questionnaire of this part that is now in field. So it was a demand of the Social Development Ministry, and we changed this part of the survey. Do not create a model, just change the survey. So it's a survey that we can change some parts, not the core one, but some parts, mainly these new topics, will adjust as necessary. Okay. And these other forms of labor is a topic very important nowadays. I think we took a little bit about it here. It's important. And we also are doing now a test, and this other survey, the Expander Consumer Survey, because in this survey it's possible to get a light diary about the reproductive work. So about the time the woman taking care of her relatives, about their responsibilities. So with this time, this topic, other forms of labor, we now have two surveys treating about it. The continuous PNAD with a new questionnaire that is in field, and the other survey will have a test. It's not a questionnaire yet, but we'll have a test in October with a light diary. And this is occurred because we want to know which is the better form to get this information. About the model in the PNAD, we did about household technology, people technology, used for people technology. We had model about teleworking. We also did a model about working for digital platform. that we continue, we still do, a model about COVID, and a model about micro entrepreneurship. In Brazil, we have individual registered as individual micro entrepreneurs, né? Individuals who actually work by self-employment, but this category was created to give them some assistance, assurance. They can contribute to the assurance to be formally in the labor market. So the system that was created at IBGE promote less costed survey and information disseminated in a quickly way as it was demanded by the users. The server costs are supported by IBGE budget, but also by other institutions that require some information. So the Tourism Ministry, the Development, Social, the universities, and so on, can give some money for IBGE or some other form of help, like consultants and other form. The survey data quality depends on many variables, such as the resource allocated for the survey, questionnaire control, trained research in the field, adequate computer system, and criticism of the data collected. In the future, continuous PNAD will continue to be improved, including a new master sample from the 2022 demographic census, some changes in the questionnaire to better get information, and research new topics that can be relevant. It's not a static survey. She's always moving. As an example, the questionnaire about other forms of work was changed recently to better capture data from care of relatives in household chores, the reproductive work. It was a demand from the Social Development Ministry, who wants to conduct new public policies, mainly to women who cannot work or study because of their responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise, and thank you for sharing the system itself. It's really interesting to see how it's integrated, and as you say, allowing to have stable information on the labor market on a frequent basis, but then also the flexibility to be able to respond to user needs. So thank you very much for that. Very impressive also the significant time of the process of transformation and those investments in that consultation to get to the point where you have the system. Yeah. So thank you very much. We have our third presenter, and we go all the way to Asia Pacific, to the Pacific. And so we are going to have Sean Crick, who is the head of labor statistics at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Sean has over 20 years experience working in official statistics, including time as the head of the national accounts and head of the survey data collection for the ABS, so really on the operations as well. He was responsible for introducing the address register into the ABS, also for use in the 2016 Australian census, and led the assurance program for the 2017 Australian same-sex marriage survey. Sean has a particular focus on leading change programs and developing the capacity in staff. So, Sean, you have the floor.
All right, thank you everyone. I just want to start by thanking the hosts, so KOSTAT and ILO, for hosting the conference today. It's been fascinating so far, and I've certainly learned a lot I'm taking away from it. It's also been really reassuring to hear a lot of the challenges and problems that are being faced, that we face, are very common and similar around the world. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, I guess, a model that we're employing now, or we're going to employ, for how we want to run our labour force survey into the future, and how we want to run the modularisation of collecting what we tend to call it supplementary data, but it's those other data topics, and it's the other things that are outside of that core labour force statistics. And I think in a lot of ways it's kind of a big trade-off in a way, because running a household survey program is extraordinarily expensive. As was noted before, a job I had before this one was running the survey operations, and I think we spend more on our labour force survey than we do on every other collection that we run combined. And that's just a consequence of having a large field workforce. We're also quite large geographically and spend a lot of money on petrol, but the cost of doing that obviously is extraordinary. So collecting these other data, they pay a lot of bills to a large extent, but it also obviously fleshes out that whole understanding what's happening in the labour market. But on the other hand, we also want to protect the integrity of our core labour statistics. So we know for our users, and we know for us as a statistical office, the integrity of that unemployment rate is one of the most important things we do, and we don't want to jeopardise that. Now, the ABS was very fortunate in recent years to be funded a significant amount of money to overhaul all of our IT systems and processes around data collection. And this gave us a real great opportunity to redesign the model of our labour force survey. And it really is trying to balance a number of things. So we want to ensure, like I said, the long-term integrity of our core labour force statistics, that unemployment rate, those headline numbers. But we also want to use the opportunity to, can we improve our model so that we've got more opportunities to do things more dynamically on other topics around the labour market. We want to improve the respondent experience in the way we ask our questions, in the sequencing, the timing, and as others have spoken to that about today, how can we address declining response rates? And I think one thing we think a lot about is there's a lot of factors why response rates are declining. There's social factors, trust in government, just being able to contact people, time. The worst thing we can be doing is adding to that by having a complex survey model or systems that are clunky to use. Like currently you can't do our labour force survey on a mobile phone. We get about 40% of our responses via online channels, and that has to be exclusively computers, and it staggers me that anyone does it on a computer with the offering we present currently. So we shouldn't be making things worse, and we shouldn't be making things harder for ourselves with response rates. So that's something we really wanted to address as well. But just to be clear, I won't go through all of this, but there is a lot of demand for a lot of additional supplementary topics on the labour market, and I've been in my current role looking after labour statistics for about 6 months, and the most media attention we've got, the most requests for media, requests for data from a lot of users wasn't around our core labour force statistics. It was a publication we put out around job mobility, and I was not in any way prepared for that. I'd spend all day before we put our employment rate out, making sure I can answer all the questions that might come up. And then I was just staggered by the amount of requests we got around this job mobility publication. And it shows just the importance of all the other stuff that goes along with measuring the labour market. And we are getting a lot more focus on other things as well, like microdata and data integration, data linking. That's certainly going to be part of the future. But to reiterate a theme that we've heard a lot today, the survey program is so critical. It's not going anywhere. It's really at the heart of what we do around labour statistics. So just a little bit of context, and I'll skip over this. I've got a slide next that gives it in a diagram, but our labour force survey is about 26,000 households, about 50,000 individuals each month. Households are in the survey for 8 continuous months. Now where it gets sort of complicated is we vary the content that's asked every month. So there's the core questions that are asked every month, then we ask a quarterly set of data, then we have supplementary surveys in August, February and May, which are quite large. Then we do a multi-purpose household survey if you're in your final month in the survey. And gives a sort of I'm not going to say I'm a graphic designer or anything, but hopefully this gives a little bit of a sense of. So the questions you are asked in our labour force survey depend basically on what month it is. And if you are unlucky enough to start your time in our survey in February, you will end up getting a survey that takes you about 50 minutes. If you start our survey in March, you get a survey that takes you about 7 minutes. If you are unlucky enough to start in February, you'll pick up all 3 of those supplementary surveys, and you'll spend far longer in our thing than you will if you start your time in June or July. It is very difficult to run this operationally because you are constantly changing the survey form, you are constantly trying to juggle resources. I need more interviewers in August than I do in July or September, and that's not easy to do. It's very difficult to change any content because all of our survey content is linked in. So our February version of the form has all this supplementary data in it. And so if I wanted to change something in the core labour force, I've got to change 4 different survey forms and test it and make sure it all works. And the other thing, the other concern, I guess, with the way we run this model currently is we have a known effect in February and August from running a supplementary survey that biases our core labour force statistics. And we have to statistically adjust for that. And that basically comes down to the fact that respondents in February and August get a much longer survey form, so we'll tend to go back in the survey form and change answers just to get out of the thing so they can move on. So none of this in terms of our current model is basically working for us. It's not working for our respondents either. So we asked ourselves, we had this opportunity, how can we simplify what we're doing into the future? How can we make sure we can protect our core content, but at the same time, we want to really make sure that we are able to still do that supplementary stuff, which is so important to our users, which funds a lot of the bills, which really fleshes out the data on the labour market. So I'll skip over this one, so I've got another picture. But basically what we're trying to do is we're just going to smooth the whole thing out. So under our new model, respondents will actually be in the survey for 9 months rather than 8. But for their first 7 months in the survey, all they get is that core labour force content. So for a respondent, it takes them about 6 minutes, 7 minutes at most. That's the length of our core content. It means we can produce our core labour force statistics, our unemployment rate. The data's not biased by running supplementary collections. The data's not, in terms of our data collection, it's so much smoother. It's a lot easier to do. But the supplementary stuff's obviously still very important. So we're now only going to ask that in the respondent's 8th month in the survey. So what this means, and the way we'll do it, is the respondent will not see that supplementary content, all those questions, until they've done the core content as well that month. So what that means is for the entirety of the 8 months that those respondents are in the survey and filling out the core content, they will fill out those questions before they ever see another question. So this really goes to how can we protect the integrity of that core number? How can we make sure we can produce that unemployment rate every month? Then we start going into the supplementary stuff. And obviously it's really important how we message this with our respondents, how we help them and support them, how we help our interviewers. But we basically say to them, thank you for doing this for 8 months. We've now got a broader set of questions and we'll help you through those. These are a one-off. What this also means is we can actually collect this supplementary information. We have a vehicle to do that every month now. So we're not just dependent on only being able to ask these questions in February or August. And February this year wasn't too bad, but March this year we had quite a few cyclones and we lost a lot of response in our sort of northeastern part of Australia. If that had been a month earlier, well, we would have lost that question for 12 months. We would have lost that data. So our model is a lot more robust now. And then finally, we have still our multi-purpose content, which is following in the month 9, which we wouldn't bother asking the core content at that point. So basically, we want to move to a far simpler model of what we do in terms of collecting supplementary information and collecting our core labour force information. So run the thing for 8 months, make sure we've got that core unemployment rate information, then we can go into asking that additional question. And what's really important in this model as well is it is all integrated. So we have all the information on these respondents already. We can already contact them. We know where they are. We have all their labour force details and all that information, so the supplementary stuff follows on and builds on it, rather than asking a new survey entirely. So this has been a long journey to get to this point. We started this back in 2014. We've been running our labour force survey, I was looking up the other day, it's been since I think about 1960, I think we started it. And there's an interesting thing on our website where we actually list the history of every change we've made to this thing since 1960. And it's a really fascinating historical sort of time capsule of, when we introduced Caddy, when we introduced paper-based, self-enumerate, all that sort of stuff sort of listed out with the time and how we did it and how we managed it. But we've always had different supplementary questions asked of different elements of the sample, and 2014 we really started on a journey of trying to simplify it, but we didn't get far enough. And this is our time to really come up with a much better, much more streamlined model. So I've probably covered a lot of this content on this slide already, so I might just go to, I think my last one here, which is around burden and data quality. Actually, I think I have one more after this. So as I mentioned, one of the things we're trying to do here is really protect our integrity of our survey, and a big part of that is managing the burden and the experience of our providers. So we are aiming to do this and make these changes in a way that's burden neutral. So there'll be a small increase for people not employed in terms of the questions we ask. But they're currently asked the least number of questions as it is anyway, so overall it's not too bad. Removing the quarter-month version of our labour force survey. By doing that, we're moving some questions to be asked monthly. They're currently asked quarterly, so there is a slight increase month to month. But in the long run, it's probably balances out to be about the same over the length of time in the survey. So we've really had that focus on provider burden, and it's something we take quite seriously. And I think I've covered a lot of the benefits of where we're going with this new model as well, but we're trying to get that balance right. We want to protect what we're doing with the core labour force survey statistics, but we also want to have the space and the technology and the space in the model to be able to ask that supplementary survey content as well. And we want to be able to do that in a way that we can evolve it over time and change the content and change the questions as we need. Obviously, there's the discussions next week around digital platform workers. We've started to introduce questions there, but under this model, we'll be able to change them quite quickly if we need to or if we have to. We'll be able to respond more quickly to different priorities around government, so that we don't have a 2-year development cycle and it doesn't have to be fitted into the whole IT changes that take forever. We'll also be able to, under this model, when we're collecting supplementary information throughout the year, it opens up a whole new range of when we can actually publish information. So we could do quarterly estimates of things around job mobility or barriers to work or digital platform workers, whatever it may be, because we'll have enough data on a quarterly basis to do indicators. But then we can also save up the data and do more robust annual estimates. We'll actually have far more data on an annual basis, because instead of asking 7 rotation groups once a year in February about participation in the labour force, we've asked 12 rotation groups over a 12-month cycle, so we've almost doubled in a way the amount of data we have, which is a fantastic outcome without really increasing provider burden. But really big things, which comes from that mechanics of running a statistical office, is just having a far simpler and streamlined model will be on managing our operations. So like everyone else, I imagine in the room, we need to find efficiencies and savings in our budgets. Things don't get cheaper. Things are harder to run. It's harder to get responses. It's harder to contact providers. So anything which simplifies our model, makes it easier to manage, makes it easier to run, I think is very much a good thing. I think that was me. So we'll probably leave it there. So thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Sean. And yes, I think I like how you say that we have a more complex world, but really what we need to do is simplify that system and streamline it. And so very interesting to see the changes that are coming, that you are introducing, and the fact that it means that, and also the other point that you make, and also Hannah mentioned it, this point that this actually introducing this demand for additional topics can also be a source of revenue that can help balance cost, and so that's also a way of thinking that is quite, to think about how do we become more responsive to the users, but also the users understand that there is a cost to it, and that they can contribute to that funding for these topics. So with that, we have a good amount of, I think we have 20 minutes for the open floor. Yes, I'm just checking to make sure it's the case. So I'm sure you have questions. Please raise your hand if you have questions for the individual speakers, or more general, or if you also want to share what you are doing to address the issue of growing demands for different topics that would be run through a labor force survey or surveys that cover topics related to the world of work. How are you handling them, or if you have questions for our speakers? I start seeing some hands up there, so maybe we start with Kieran, and then we had Gosde on this side. Kieran?
Now it's working. Thank you. Thank you for the really inspiring examples of how this can be done, modularization. But I suppose my question is more about where do the limits lie, and how do you decide where the limits lie, and also how do you actually explain to others why there are limits? Because we sometimes find when we're dealing with countries, there's this massive pressure, especially in countries who have fewer household surveys over time. There's this massive pressure to maximize the content, and we're always trying to say, but there have to be limits. You can't just add more and more and more topics. But it's very hard for them to get that message across to users. So I suppose in your cases, what's your sense of where the limit is? Do you have any kind of idea of a clear metric? And how do you get that across to users that if we keep on adding things, data quality overall is going to drop? You think you're getting more data, but you're getting worse quality data, and so on. Do you find a receptive audience for that thinking? So any thoughts on that would be helpful. Thank you.
If we can take a few of the questions. So Gosde from Turkstat.
Okay. Thank you for all the presentations. I am Gözde, Turkish Statistical Institute. I want to ask a question to Hannah. You mentioned that you conduct national modules with LFS, voluntary work and unregistered work. I want to ask about unregistered work modules. Is this module integrated with administrative data or based on self-declared responses? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Not for now, so maybe I turn to our speakers. Think about your next questions, because we will have time for another round. So the first question from Kieran was about where the limits lie. And in terms of course, there are so many topic demands that one receives. And so where are the limits in terms of integrating this to make sure that you keep that integrity of your core data, but also the space that you actually have? Which, so how have you decided on what is that limit, and how do you explain that to users? I think all of you are in a very good position to answer, so we start with Sean.
Yeah, I think it's probably a couple elements to that question. Those limits do definitely exist, and we've recently had, I guess, an unfortunate experience at the ABS where we didn't publish the results from our most recent survey of income and housing, as we decided as an organisation the quality wasn't acceptable. A big part of that was I guess we'd gone a long way in terms of trying to improve and change the model trying to make efficiencies in the data collection processes, trying to make better use of things like administrative data and not have to collect superannuation information. And I think there's a lot of factors to it, and we've published stuff on our website about it. But a big part of that is we probably did go past that limit, and the result was we couldn't publish any information. I think that's been quite a big lesson for us as an organisation, but I imagine a bit to our users as well in trying to see that there are consequences if you push this too far. But I think in more general terms, when you're looking at asking those supplementary information, we know if we go anything above an hour in terms of a survey, it's too long. We know that hurts the responses. So that, as a starting point, is a reasonable place we want to be. But there's a lot of push internally to go a lot less than that. Because we know that affects our response rates, we know it affects the cost. So it's often presenting things in terms of that cost length trade-off, and that it's not a linear thing, that the more questions you put on, the cost of running it exponentially goes up is also probably a useful way that we address it.
Thank you, Sean. And Denise, do you want to share your perspective on that issue of limits? Go ahead.
Well, in our case, the new topics are choosing the core of our resources. So if you have not only human resources, but also budget resources, structure, infrastructure, so we have to decide which topics will survey. So it's hard. It's not easy, So because in our country we have lack of information from another teams, another topics. So normally we survey the topics that are more urgently. For example, in PNAD, we normally choose the more important for social, for the population. Now we have a government that is worried about the social problems. So this is our first choice. So we changed the questionnaire for other forms of work. That was a demand from the Social Development Ministry. So this is a real demand that we need. So the social part is the more important now.
Okay, so starting from the curious question, as regards these limits, it cannot be said how many variables or questions. We know it is, especially in the European Union, quite long. You've seen so many variables, so much more than 100 questions to be collected if you collect every variable every quarter. But what we say, especially when discussing, for example, new ad hoc module on the European level, we firstly say labor force survey is labor market oriented survey. Do remember that, because they would like to add everything to this survey, because I think it is the biggest sample survey in the European Union every quarter. Why not to add, for example, discrimination? Or I remember the discussion about much more questions about education, but finally in fact we have many questions about education. And I remember our Ministry of Education, they wanted to have these questions in front of the questionnaire because they thought it is more important than the labor market data. And that's why we have to say always what is the crucial point of this survey, what we want to measure. These are key elements, labor market indicators. For sure, when discussing new ad hoc module, I remember discussion about digital platform employment, what we managed to convince the European Union that firstly we have to have some pilot, because we were afraid about this topic. It is quite difficult to collect in that household survey. And thankful to this pilot, I think we could convince that some variables didn't work well. And these tests helped us to fine-tune, and let's hope we'll have better data collection next year. But the discussion about the 2030, about these climate changes, in fact, you know, the users, I think most of us know that users want some data. In fact, they don't know about data collection, about the problems. So it is important just to talk, to present them. Some examples. I remember we asked finally the European Commission, how would you answer on some specific question? And they then understood what is the problem. So you firstly have to be really convinced what you want to have and fight for this. What we have in Poland also, the problem is that we have it is a good that we have our national statistical network of interviewers. They are permanent employees mainly, some are temporary ones, but they do not do only LFS, they do also other household surveys. So if you want to add something, you have to remember that they don't only do LFS, they also have other surveys. So there is also the limitation how much time they can spend on LFS. So we try to discuss, to give examples, and remember about the limitations. You can even assess how much time you need to spend, so you can calculate this. So it is one way. And answering colleague from Turkey, this model is LFS model. No, it's not based at all on administrative data sources. It is the model that we have already started it maybe in 1994. It has quite a long history, but it was a little bit changed in 2000, I remember 7 probably, just to better fit to national accounts needs. But we know it does not cover the full unregistered work because it is self-declared. Of course, some people can not say that they do such a work. But it is, we know in that way that it is the minimum, and we can cover some extra information besides the core LFS. Because in the core LFS, for example, we have also a question about the written contract for the work. So it is, you can have some estimation of not registered work. But we wanted to collect more information, but we are thinking about some revision, also taking into account this informality, this new resolution. And we wanted to convince European Union to have a module on informal work, but I think I was not enough convincible. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you for promoting also important topics that the only source is going to be a survey, in fact. But I think just to point out a few elements, so very clear from your replies, we're really looking at quality not impacting the core of the labor force survey, and making sure what we know already from surveys, that this interview duration cannot be too long, that there is an effect, so you have to manage that, and of course it has to be feasible with the resources of the organization. But this is very important, what was mentioned also in terms of engaging with the users to explain to them what it takes to measure something through a survey, so building that understanding and awareness and user knowledge about surveys. So thank you for that. We do have a little bit of time for any other questions or comments or sharing of your own practice. We're all exhausted, jet-lagged, but I hope you have found this conversation and this sharing useful and valuable. I have, certainly, and I'm very thankful for you sharing your practices and for telling us how you're moving forward and giving us that reassurance that, as you said, surveys are here to stay, but we have to simplify them, streamline them, and make sure we're able to meet the range of demands that are emerging in the world of work. So thank you for that. I return to our moderator.
Thank
Master
you.
of ceremony.
Let's give them a big round of applause for excellent discussions and reflections. And I'd like to invite them to return to their seats in the audience now. In the meantime, I have some announcements. So this concludes today's proceedings, and we would like to sincerely thank all of you, both on-site and online, for your participation. We look forward to your continued interest and active engagement in tomorrow's session. Sessions 3 through 6 will highlight country cases on innovation in utilizing administrative data, data governance, and communication of labor statistics, and it will begin with session 3 at 9 a.m. in the same venue. For those who are interested, KOSTAT's special publications commemorating the 100th anniversary of Korea's first modern census are located in the second floor lobby. And finally, all on-site participants are warmly invited to a welcome dinner at 6 p.m. in the same venue. And this will be a wonderful opportunity to extend your networking and continue today's discussions if you want. And we look forward to seeing you again at 6 p.m. at this dinner. Thank you.